What if you could build an AI agent in MERN style from scratch? Today, you will build a MERN AI coding agent where users can connect GitHub repository, stream AI response in real time, use SandBox to run command, support tools like Git, Batch, Edit, Write, and create pull requests. We'll be using Node.js, MongoDB, React, Render, and Command Code. Command Code is an AI coding CLI that supports all models, including open source models like DeepSeek V4 Pro. One feature I really like in Command Code is called taste. It learns exactly how you write code and how you structure your project. So I already have a test profile pushed into Command Code for scaffolding my Node.js architecture, which I've set to public, and I already have the test profile pulled into an empty folder. So with just a simple prompt like scaffold in Node.js project, Command Code read the test profile and automatically set up the project structure, install the packages, and configure everything the way I like to code. And the model I use here is the V4 Pro, which is extremely cheap compared to a lot of top tier model right now. Command could start at just $1 a month with $10 in credit and access to models like DeepSeek V4 Pro and more. Try Command Code using the first link in the description. Now let's see how the AIMN project works. Once you land on the app, you can either sign up or sign in. So I'm going to sign into my account. And once I click on the sign in button, it's going to take me to the application. And there at the top left corner, you can see the list of session, and I can click on this session and you can see some of the charts I've asked add with the AI agent. And below here, you can see I selected a repository and currently it's disabled because you only have to select one repository for one session. So to create a new session, we can click on the plus button here, and this is going to take us to this page, and you have to select a repository. I'll just pick this repo, and I can ask the AI anything about this repository. We are going to clone the repo, and the AI agent is going to pull the repo inside the sandbox. So I'm going to say list the file in this project and click on send, and now you can see this is going to generate the title, and also this is going to add this. You can see now it has generated the title, and you can see the name of the title here. And currently we have only the readme in this project, and you can see the readme has been listed out here. So, and you can see the branch has already been generated. Currently the PR now is disabled because they've not made any push. So I can ask the AI agent to create, let's say, a landing page. So create a React app. So I'll say create a simple landing page using Vite, React, and Tailwind CSS. So I'll click on send, and then this is going to go ahead and check the files like I said. So it's going to install Vite, React, and also Tailwind CSS. So currently you can see that it is thinking, so it has thought through. Now you can see it's creating the Vite React app, and now it's going to install Tailwind CSS, and you can see it has done that. So now you can see it's running this batch 2, and currently it's installing. So it's currently working, and now let's wait for it. So now you can see it has installed these packages, and so now it's going to, so it's writing the tailwind config.json. It has modified the index of CS, and now it's writing the app.jxs. So now you can see it has updated the package.json, so it has run build. So now it wants to install, and now it's modifying the post of CSS.json, and now we can see that it has run build. So you can see now it has succeeded and has returned the status. It has commit changes, and now it has pushed. And you can see the button now. The PR button now is enabled, and it's telling us what it has done. You can see it has done everything. So once it push, we can click here to create PR. You can click on this link to see the changes. So click on this link, and you can see it has pushed. So go ahead and click on the create PR. So let me click on this button, and this is going to go ahead and create PR for us. And now it has created the PR, so I can click on this button now to view the PR, and there we can see it has created the PR for us. I can ask the AI agent to make changes here. So I can say change this content. So this content was I copied it from the app.jx file, and I wanted to edit it and just replace it with this content here, this text. So I'll click on send now, and it's going to go and find this this content here. It's going to copy get it from the app.js, so it's going to sit inside the app.js. So currently you can see it's editing app.js, and now you can see that it has updates the content, and now it's going to build, commit changes, and it's going to push to this repo. And now we can see you can click here to. A lot of you have been asking how to get started with full stack development, or how I learned to build a project like this. One platform I recommend is Screenbar. What makes Screenbar different is the interactive screen format. Instead of only watching video, the video and code editor are combined together, so you can edit the code directly inside the lesson. For example, I can pause the lesson, change the code, and instantly see the result in the built-in browser without switching editors. They also have a lot of free courses, but their pipeline gives you full access to all parts, certificates, coding challenges, AI feedback, and their developer community on Discord with over 70,000 developers. Check out Screenbar for free today and upgrade to Pro using my link in the description, which gives you 20% off. So I've created two folders here. I have the backend and the client folder. So let me quickly open my terminal and navigate into the backend. So I'm already in the backend folder, the paths. So let's do npm init-y, and this is going to create the initialize npm. So now we have, if we go into the backend, now we should see the package.json, and here you can see base AI coding. So we have this now. So what we are going to do, let's quickly create node.mon here. So node.mon.json. So we're going to use node.mon to run the server. So let's make sure to install it. So I'll do npm, and we are going to also we're going to set up TSUp. So TSUp, we're going to use it to build the project. So we need to create an tsup.config.txt here. So let's install this dev dependency first. So let's say npm install. So this is -d, and we're going to say node.mon and tsup. So we need to even install TypeScript. So let's say TypeScript, and also ts node for the dev server. So let's just install all of this. I'll click on enter, and I'm going to wait for this to install. So we're going to see the version I'm using if once it has installed. So let me wait for this. So now it has already installed. So I'll go into the package.json. You should see node.mon, node, tsup, and TypeScript. So let's start with the node.mon first. So I'm going to paste this here. So what I want is node.mon to watch the source directory. So we're going to create a source directory. We are going to ignore this folder and the node module, and we are going to target extension tx. So then we're going to execute cs node transpire only, and we're going to point to the path index.tx. So this is the entry file inside the src folder. Then inside the tsup, we are going to I'm going to paste this. So also I'm going to also create tsconfig. So I should not forget that tsconfig.json like this. So let's continue with tsup. So I'm going to paste in. So I'm going to paste it here, and now you should see that this imports define config. So we're going to entry file the entry part src index.tx, which we are going to do. Format a common jx out directory. This is going to be the this folder and others here. So we are going to also have the ts config.json. So I'm going to quickly paste that too. So let me quickly paste that here. Now you can see I have this compiler options here. Target ES2 2021 module. We're using CommonJS source and the root directory, which is the SRC folder, and then the out directory, this folder, and this is going to include some of the we're going to add in the SRC and exclude the node module and this folder. So we have this now. We can go into the package.json and let's clear out the script. So I'm going to clear this out, and we're going to have the dev, and the dev is going to point to the node.mon since we have defined node.mon config here. Then we are going to also have the build script and the build command and also the start. So we can I'll just paste this here. So the build is going to use TSUp, which we've installed. It's going to point to index.txt, and we're going to set format CGS out directory this, and then we're going to copy the package.js into the this folder. So to start the server after you've built the project, we are going to use node this/index.js. So now we've set up the basic. So let's just quickly create SLC here. And now we have all of this here, and we have the node.mon, the package.js, the ts config, and tsup. So now I'm going to show, let me quickly save this, guys. So I'm going to show you how to use command code to, we're going to use command code to set up the project. So this is going to quickly help me to, and it can help you to quickly set up a Node.js project. So I've used command code to, work, so it has understand the way I structure my Node.js project, and it's going to quickly help me to scaffold a Node.js project. So let's head over to the browser to command code. So just click the link in the description and just come over to command code and make sure to install it. Just copy this command and install it in your terminal. So let's go back and install it. So I've already installed it already. So if I open my terminal and I paste it, I can also reinstall it again. And this is going to install globally. And we should wait for this to install. So let's wait for it. So now you should see that it has already installed. So let's go back to the browser and make sure to quickly sign up. So I've already signed up. So I'm going to log into my account, and you can see that I've already used the amount of, you can see total cost I've used out of $100. And you can see the total token I've used and total run. So you can click here, you can scroll down here. So after you run command code, you can log in, and then you can start the chart, the CLI. So I'm going to show you guys, we can click here to go to the documentation, and there we can just go down to see, I think this same thing here. So you can just come over to the doc and just read about it. So, but we can just click on quick start here, and this is going to also show you how to log in and then use the CLI. So we can see how to run your first prompt. Test.md file is going to be created once you send in your first prompt with command code. So test is going to continuously learn from you how you code and how you structure your code. So you can see it here. It says continuously learn which package manager you use, which library you prefer, and how you structure your code. So, and this is going to continuously learn from you, so you don't need to touch the test.md file. And once you're done with your project, you can push test to command code. You can share it to anyone, simply like the way Git work. So if I go to command code, the command code, if I go to the test, you can see some of the tests that I've already pushed. So we can see I have three. I have just forget, this is Node.js, this is React, and this is also Node.js too. So I have two Node.js here. So I've made them public, and this is going to be available for you to pull. So I'm going to pick, let's pick this one. And if I go into this test, we can see that I have two files. So I have the Node.js scaffolding, and this is the test.md file. And if I go back now, we also have another test.md. We can see social auth, resource scaffolding, and Node.js scaffolding, which is pointing to the Node.js folder. Yeah, so we can come over here on how to install this. So we can use npx the test CLI. So we can use we can pull this, or we can use command code to pull this. So I'm going to copy this now, and we are going to pull this inside command code. So let's go let's go back to the code, and let me open my terminal. And there we can see that we've already installed command code. So we can initialize command code in this folder that like the root directory we have here, or you can move it. You can do that inside the backend folder. So I'm not going to do it inside the backend folder. The test we just copied, I did it inside the backend folder. So, and also the client was inside the client folder. So I'm going to just do it inside the root directory here. So I'm just going to say, so you can just type in cmd, and this is going to run the CLI. Since I'm using Windows, I'm going to just type command code here, command dash code, and I'm going to click on enter. and this is going to initialize command. So once you run this and you have not logged in, it's going to ask you to log in. Like I said earlier on, I've already sign up and I've already logged in, and you can see that the command code folder has been created, and you can see, okay, the test folder has been created. If I click on test.md, you can see that it has already created this folder now. So we can pull this now. So what I'm going to open a new terminal, and let me open a new terminal here, and I can paste this here. So this is going to pull this. So instead of using cmd, I'm going to use command code, and I'm going to click on enter, and this is going to pull the test, and you should see it inside this test. Now you can see we have Node.js scaffolding, and we have the order and test.md file. Now if I come over here now, we can look at how we can change the model. So let's click here and change model. So I can click on model. I can pick let's say open, let's pick DeepSeek v4 Pro. We can also pick Kimi 2.6. So it depends on the one you want. Let me just go with the default. Let me pick DeepSeek. So we can also click here slash, and you can see some of the commands we have here. We can see learn. You can learn this command is going to learn from other coding agents, and we have login, logout. We have memories, plan, pre-commit. We have rename, resume, rewind, and we have also skills. Then we also have skills. Then let me go back up. We have MCP servers too, and there you can just initialize an agent to MD file. And they also have design, so you can click on design, and then you can use some of this command here. So let's just let's go ahead and ask command code to scaffold the project inside this backend folder. So I'm just going to say scaffold Node.js project, and I'm going to point to the backend folder, to the backend directory, and it's going to go ahead and first of all read the test.md files inside this command code, and let's click on enter, and let's wait for it. So it's going to first for read it, then it's going to go ahead and read this backend folder. So you can see it has found 7 items, 2 directory and 5 files, and then let's wait for it. So it's going to start creating this folder. This style I usually create my own, so let's wait for it. So now you can see that it has created the to-do, and you can see that it is structuring the to-do. You can see the to-do, we have the folder structure, controller service model, route, type, validator, config, and middleware. And if you've watched my video, you know this is how I usually structure my code. And you can see npm package, we have express, it's going to install all this package, cookie pizza, bcrypt, nginx, sort, helmets, all of this is going to add it. Then it's going to add the app error.ts, get env.ts, and bcrypt.tx, async handler, async handler, and error handler, and then it's going to create a health route. So we can, let me just click on yes. So in order for it not to always accept, I'm going to just use shift tab, and this is going to accept any, it's not going to ask me again, so it's going to continue running. So it's started installing the package, so we're going to wait for it. So now it's installing the dev dependency. You can see and type express, type course, type cookie pizza, and bcrypt.js. So let's wait for it. So now it has started to create the app error.tx, and let me comment to you now. You should see the folder structure. This is exactly how I usually create my folders, and I structure my Node.js project, and this is so beautiful to see. So let's go into, so it does not create, I think it has created the utilities, So if I go to app error now, you can see, so let me not close this. I'll just collapse this. You should see we have the app error extending from error. So I'm going to go over this, so you should not worry. Let's wait for it to finish, and I'm going to go through each files. So it's almost done. So it is just running the server, and let's wait for it. So let's wait. So now you can see that it is done. So if we scroll up now, we can see what I did. So I've created, so the Node.js backend scaffold is complete. So we have the config, controller routes, middleware utils, model service type validator, and index.txt. And this is the package installed. Then I created an health API. So this is not exactly what I want. So the health should be inside the index.txt, but at least it did it right. So we also have the so it has compiled TypeScript to verify the server is working. So you use port 4000, setup config, and course config, and then error handling. So it added this Zod error formatting, since we're going to be using Zod for validation, and it also added the app error. So no database config. So okay, this is for it. So let's just close this, and let me go into all the files so we can just start. So inside the backend folder, so the first thing I'm going to do is the env. So it's created this env. So I'm going to change this from to 8000. Sorry, yeah, 8000. Then I'm going to change this. I don't want to use, I love using front-end origin. This is fine. Front-end origin, we're going to change this later on, since we're going to be using Vite, not Next.js. So inside the LSRC folder, so the first thing we are going to see is, so if we click on YouTube, click on get env. So this get env, you can see that it has deported the .env/config and created this function. So this is going to help us to get the env, and if the env is not passed, it's going to throw an error unless you pass in a default value. And so this env, now we can use it inside the config, inside the config folder, env.config, and here you can see that the env get env was used. We have the node env port, and let me change this to front-end origin like I did here. So I'll go into config, env config. I'm going to replace this with it, and replace this with this. And let me save this. So I will set here default to 8002. So now we have env config. So let's check HTTP config. So now I think it made a mistake here. This is not exactly what I want to be here. So let me ask it to move this course into the index.txt. So it should move it there, and also the health route. So I'm going to say I will just point to, so use the @ command to point to the file. So I'll say http config. So this should, I'll say this should be http status. So http status.config, not http status, move the course and the health API in the index.txt. So I'm going to click on enter. So if you look at it, you can see that the text is going to continuously learn from us as we accept or ask it to make changes. So yeah, I've already set it to accept edit on. If we switch tab now, you can change this to plan mode, and you can remove this. And this is going to, once you need to make changes, it's going to alert us. So I'm going to change it back to accept. So let's wait for it. So it's searching for the file. So it has deleted this http config.txt, and it should create the http status.config.txt instead. So if I go into http status now, you can see that it has updated it. Now this is exactly what I want. So I forgot to add in the type. So let me quickly add in the type. So I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to change it to HTTP status like this. And I'm going to make this, I'm going to say exports. This is fine. So let's check this. So it is done with it. So it has removed the health.controller and it has removed the HTTP config. So I think it did well. So we can copy this now and let's go into the index.tx and let's see. Okay, we can see the health route. So it has added the health here. So let's continue for where I stop. So inside this HTTP config, so we've already seen how it should be. So after this, we're going to have the middlewares. So the first one, we're going to have the async handler. So this is just wrap. So I think it should have wrapped this with, okay, we can see it uses catch.next here. So you can use try catch too if you prefer to use that. So let me quickly update this. So this is fine, but I'm going to be using try catch instead. So I'm going to just paste this here, and this is exactly how it I love to do my. So the async handler is going to be created here to wrap all the controllers. So this is going to help us to catch any error and send it to the next middleware. So and the next middleware is going to be the error handler. So inside the error handler, you can see that it did absolutely well. Yeah. So we have this function to catch to handle sort error. So you can see imported it from sort, and then we have the error handler. Here is where you can see it return the status. So here we can change this to HTTP status dot let's say bad request, and you can see error code. So the error code, we can use the error code. So let me do error code dot so you didn't add it inside here. We can later add it too. So we have the app error, and this is the internal server error. So inside the app error, if we go into YouTube, go into app error, you can see the custom error here, and here you can see the error code. So we can quickly add that validation. Yes, I'll say error validation, and I'll go to come into app error, and I can just add it here and pass it here. And you can see the error code type is used here, and we have the status code number. So the status code I can use. So let me put it back here. So this is going to be passed here. So here I'm going to use the HTTP internal. So let me import HTTP status, and there we can also change this too. So I'll say HTTP. So instead of internal server, we can use bad request here, and there we can also, sorry, this should be 404, not found, and we can replace this to use bad request, and there it's going to be unauthorized. Yeah, you can see it. So this is a custom error we're going to use across the app. So this is extending from error. So typically you're going to do throw new error. And the problem with this is going to, if you use this inside the service or controller, it's going to fall down to the internal server error we have here. So it's going to be cached by error handler, and it's going to return as internal server error. So we don't have so if I go back to app there, we don't have the ability to customize the status or change the message, only the message, but the status is going to always be 500 internal server. So that's the reason why we had to extend from error, and you can pass in a custom status code there and error code too. And there you can see that we have this export class internal server exception, which extend also from the app error. Now we can just say throw, you can say throw new bad request exception, and you can see that this is going to we know that this is going to be 400 And we can see this how we're going to use it inside the service or controller. So, and once you define this in your service, inside the error handler, we're going to catch the error. And since it's an instance of app error, we're going to get the status code, the message, and the error code. And there you can see internal server error is passed here too. So we can also just remove this, it's not a must. So we can just set this here since we know what internal server error status is. So I can just say HTTP status dot internal server error. And for the message, we can just say this should be internal server error message, and then we can just import the error code. So I'll just come over here, copy error code, go to error handler, and I'll just pass it here. That's it. Let's import error code dot we can say so I'll use error internal. This is fine. So now this is it. So we have discussed we've seen the error handler. So this is used to capture error, and we look at the app error, which is also known as custom error. We're going to use inside the controller or service, and then inside the index or tx, we can see how this is used here. So if we scroll down now, we can see we have the error handler. So this is added at the last middleware before the app listener, and we can this API. So this is where we're going to have all the routes. So inside the routes or tx, you can see index or tx, and it has added this routes here. So the models is empty, and we can see so the controller is also empty. And I think we are done with this. So let's try and run the server to see everything's working fine. So I did the bcrypt.tx. So you can see I just added the bcrypt. So we're going to use this for the for authentication, where we creating the user model, and that's the only thing left. So let's go into env. So it has changed this. So I'm going to change it back. So let me quickly change it back. So I've changed it to frontend origin inside the env config, and let me remove 3000. And inside the index.txt, so I need to change this to frontend origin, and the error should stop. So let's run the server. So I'm going to remove this API. I'll just set it to /health. And this is, so let me open my terminal. So I'll open a new terminal here. I'll clear this, and I'm going to cd into backend. Cd into backend folder, and let's say npm run dev. And we can see that this is already running. So let me confirm this. One here. So to test it out, I'm going to create inside the backend here. I'm going to create a folder called https. So https, and we're going to add in an extension. So let me open this, and let's go to the extension tab, and we need to install. Let me close this. It's http yak. So just type in http yak here. So I don't know why it's not coming up. Let me close this. So I've already added it already. So this is it, http yak, and make sure to install this package. So now once you have this already, so I'll go into http, and then let me just say health, so health.http like this. And here we can see get out the http locals 8000/health. Save this, and let's click on the send button here, and then we can see the server is running. So this is great. So we are done with we're done with the project setup. So let's go ahead and add in our database. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and connect MongoDB database. So search for MongoDB Atlas, and make sure you log into your account. So I've logged in and let's create a new project. So I'll click on the new project. I'm going to call this base 64, and let's click on next, and let's click on create project. So we're going to, once this is created, let's go ahead and create the cluster. So let me wait for this to load. So let's click on create cluster, and then so let's select the free version and let's click on create deployment. So it's going to create a cluster. So let's click on copy. So I'm going to copy the password, and let's click on create database, and let's choose the connection. So we're going to select VS Code, and we can copy this now. So let's click on done, and let's go to network. So click on database and network access, and let me wait for this, and let's click on, let's say, IP access list, and now let's click on add IP address. I'm going to select for, so let me type it. So just type this inside here, and let me click on confirm, and then this is going to be included here. And now we can go back to the clusters. So let me go back and click on clusters, and I think, let me just copy this again, and then click on done, and let's go back to the code, and inside the env I'm going to paste it here. So say MongoDB Mongo URI. So I've pasted the database here, and let's just say base 64 underscore db. Save this, and now let's go into SLC folder inside the config env, and then we can use this here. So I'll go and copy this, go into env, and I'm going to pass it here. So get env, and let's pass it here. Let me add in comma, and now let's create database.config.txt, and now we can say export constant connect database async, and let's return it. Let's use try catch here, and we can say await, and we need to install Mongo. So let me cancel the server, and let's do npm install Mongoose. So click on enter, and they should install it in this under this backend, inside the backend folder. So let's wait for this to install, and now it has already installed, so we can import it here. So import Mongoose from Mongoose, and then we're going to also import env config. So let me just copy it. I'll go into env config, and let me copy this, and now I can just, let me just pass it here and say env config from env config, and let's use mongoose dot connect, and let's say env config dot mongodb URI, and there we can just say console dot log database connected, and you can catch any error, so you can just console log the error, I will say database connection error, and let's pass in the error, and then we can say process.assist 1. So now we have the database method. Now we have the connect database method. So let's go into index.txt, and there we can pass it here. So say await, pass this, and let's add in async here, and let's import it. So let's run the server. So clear my terminal, npm run dev, and let's see. So now we can see database is connected. So now let's go ahead and start working on the models. So we're going to create all the models we're going to use for this project. And after that, we're going to work on the authentication. So let's go ahead and implement that. In this chapter, we're going to start working on the models. So let's go into the backend folder, insert LSRC and models. So we're going to start with the user model. So I'm going to say user.model.tx. And there we're going to import mongoose. So let's import mongoose. So we're going to import it from mongoose. Sorry, I made a mistake here. And then we're going to also import document and schema. So document, and then the schema. So let's create the type. So say export interface is going to be let's call this user document, and let's extend from document, and let's pass a name which is of type string, and email of type string. We have password of type string. Then we say created at type date, and we have updated at, which is of type date too. So we're going to have a method. So the type is going to be compare. We're going to have a function. We're going to call it compare password, and it's going to take in a value which is of type string, and say promise and boolean. So it's going to return boolean here. So now let's create the schema. It's a constant user schema is equals to a new schema, and let's pass in the type user document, and we're going to have the name first. So name is going to be type of string, and we're going to set it to required. Sorry, required true. So we have email. I'll set this type string, required true, and we're going to set this to unique true, and we can also set this local lowercase true, and we can add trim. So let's add in password there. Say password, and this is just going to have, I'm going to set type and required here, and let's come down here and let's add comma. Let's set timestamp to true, and then we're going to say to JSON. So we're going to delete the password from the response. So once we fetch in the user, we don't want to return the password. So we're going to use transform, and we're going to say doc rec, and let's return this to say if, then let's delete dot password, and then let's return. So I'm going to set this to as any. So the error should stop. Now we are done with this. So now we can use user schema dot presave. So before the user data is saved into the database, we want to hash the password. So say async function next, and then let's return this. So we're going to say if this dot password and this dot is modify, and then we're going to say password there. Then we need to say this dot password is equals to, so let's go into bcrypt.tx. This is it here inside YouTube. So we can copy hash password, and then we can say await hash password and say this dot password, and let's import bcrypt, the hash password from bcrypt. So we're going to create the method now. It's a user schema method dot compare, which we define here, compare password. We're going to pass in the password here. So copy this, paste it here, and this is going to be equals to async function, and it's going to take in value. So say type string, and let's return let's go into bcrypt again .tx, and let's copy this compare password, and let's pass it here. So okay, this is using the same thing. So what I will do, I'll go into bcrypt. Let me just change this to compare a hash password. So I'll save this. So I'll change this to hash password, and then I can pass in the value and this dot password, and the error should stop. So we can say constant user model is equals to mongoose dot model, and it's going to have type of user document, and we're going to set the name. It's going to be user, and pass in the user schema, and then I'm going to return the user model here. So let me copy this, replace it here to user model. So now we have the user already. So now we're going to create the next one. So let's create so since we are going to allow users to connect their GitHub account, so we need a model to a table in the database to save this account. So I'm going to call this GitHub account dot model dot tx. So let me just copy this, and let's head over into the GitHub mod account model. So I'm going to change this to GitHub account. So I'll say GitHub account document, And we're going to change all of this. We're going to set user ID. So we need the user ID, which is a foreign key from the user model. So we're going to also store the GitHub ID, which is going to come from GitHub. Then we also have a field we're going to call GitHub login, and this is going to be of type string. The access token, which we're going to save in a DB, but we're going to encrypt it. So we also have the refresh token, which is of type string or null. And we also have token expires at, so let's call it expires at, and this is going to be dates or null. And then we have created at of type dates and updated at type dates. So let me remove this method here. And now we can create the schema. So say constant GitHub account schema is going to be equals to new mongoose. Also, let's use the schema. So new schema, and let's pass in type here. GitHub documents, GitHub account document, and let's open an object here, and then we can say user ID, and this is going to be of type string. Sorry, it should be comma, and this is going to be required to true. And so I make a mistake. This should not be string. We can just use mongoose schema. Sorry, this mongoose schema type object, and let's pass in reference, and this is going to be user. So let's also change this to mongoose schema and type object ID, and let me add comma here, and the error should stop. So let's pass in GitHub ID. So I'll just quickly paste it here. So let me format it. So let's add in the timestamp here. Timestamp. I'll set it to true. And then we can say constant, let's say constant GitHub accounts is equals to mongoose dot model. Let's pass in GitHub account document. So let me quickly copy it, and let's pass in. So I'll call this GitHub account, and we can pass in the schema. So I'll copy this and pass it here, and then below here we can export. So we are done with the GitHub account model. So let's create the next one. So the next one is going to be sessions dot model dot tx. So let's quickly copy. Let me go into GitHub model, and let me copy this. So I remove this, and let me just copy. Let me copy all of this and save it, and then go into session model, and I'm going to paste it here so we can modify this. So I'm going to change this to session. So session here is, you can call this a chat, yes. So we're going to save the chat history. So I'm just calling it session. So it's still so you can also call it as chat. So I'm going to use user ID here, and then let me remove all of this. So I'm going to say slug. So the user from the client side, we're going to generate slug ID, and we're going to save it here in the this session, the DB. So I'm going to set this of type string. Yeah. And we are going to also set the title of the session or the title of the chat. So we're going to have string. I'll just set this on all. Then since we're going to be using sandbox, we're going to save the ID of the sandbox. So we're going to be using Upstash box. So I'm going to save the ID of the box. So I'm going to say string and or string on null. And then we're going to also save the repo URL, the selected repo from the client side. And we're going to also let's save also the repo name. We can say string or null. And then we need to also save the default branch. So this is going to be either main, your main or master. So let's set this to string or null. So now we're going to also generate branch. So I'm going to call this branch name. So this is going to be the branch the AI is going to push any changes to. So instead of pushing to the default branch, the main branch is going to create its own branch. It's going to push to. So we're going to generate it by ourselves. So we're going to also save it into that session. So the chat. So I'm going to say this is going to be string or no. And then we're going to also have repo initialize. Uh, initialize, yes. So I'm going to say initialize at. I'm going to set this to type dates or no. So we're going to use this to track if the user has already initialized. Let's say the user has sent a message from the client side, and we have already cloned the repo, and we have checked out to this generated to the branch. So we want to use this. So if the user send new messages, so instead of checking to that same branch again, we are going to use this to track. So if this is already saved to the database, then there's no point in changing to the branch, so that the user can the message can go through, and then the branch is already set, and the AI agent is going to push to that branch. So that is the reason we have this. So now we can then copy this session document, and let's replace it here. So I'm going to change this to session. So now we have the user ID, and I'm going to remove this. So I'm going to set we're going to have slug ID, and this is going to be type string. And then we're going to also have required, and this is going to be required. And then we're going to set this to unique too. Set it to true. And then we're going to have, I'm going to pass in orders here. So the box ID, repo URL, repo name, default branch, generated branch is branch name, and then repo initialize that. Then I also forget to pass in title here. So title is just going to be type, and I'm just going to say it's not going to be required. So I'm just going to say default is going to be null. So now we can copy the session schema, and let's go straight to this and just pass it here. And I'm going to change this to session, and change this to session. Sorry, session. This will be session document. And then this is going to be session schema. So let me replace it here. And then I'm going to copy this and then change its opacity. So let's just call it session model. This is fine, model. So I'll copy this and replace it here. So we are done with this. So let me save this now. And we can create the last model here. And that is going to be message.model.txt. So let's go into session model and let's copy this. So just copy only this part. And let's go into message model and let's paste it here. Let's change this from session document to message document. And there, instead of user ID, we're going to change this to session ID. Session ID. So I'm going to remove all of this. And we're just going to let me remove the slug ID too. So we're going to only save the ID row and path. And this is going to store whatever AI SDK with the VC AI SDK is going to send to us. So we're going to save it here. So now let's create a constant message schema is equals to new schema. And let me copy this message document, pass it here. And then I'm just going to paste it here. So we're going to get the session ID, which is going to be type Mongo schema type object ID reference, and then required. Then ID is going to be required. And then we can see the row user assistant and then system. And then the path is going to be MongoDB schema type.mix. So I'm going to let's add comma here and let's pass in timestamp. And set it to true. So you can see constant message model is going to be equals to mongoose dot model, and let's pass in the document message document, and then we can see message, and let's pass in the message schema, and then we can export default message model. So we are done with all of the schemas. So now let's go ahead and work on implement the authentication. So we're going to add authentication into a project. We're going to be using passport and JWT with cookie. So let's go ahead and implement that. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and start working on the authentication. So we're going to ask command code to add auth. So if we go into the command code test.md, so inside the Node.js scaffolding, so it already knows how to add authentication. So the way I usually add authentication, passport using passport, JWT, and JSON web token. So I'm going to go ahead, open this, and let's say add auth, and the add auth in Node.js projects. I'll tag in the backend folder, and then I'm going to click on enter. So it's going to go ahead and look through the test.md file. Then it's going to read the project, and it's going to go ahead and add authentication into the project. So it's going to add passport, and JWT token with passport JWT, and it's going to also create the cookie.txt file. So I'm going to go through all the files it's going to create. So let's wait for it to finish. Now you can see that it's created the to-do. So you can see it's going to install passport JWT with JSON web token. Then it's going to update the env.config.txt, and it's going to add JWT secret inside the env file. It's going to create utilities cookie.txt using it's going to create this method here. You can see here. Then it's going to create. So I've already created the model, so you can see that it even wanted to create the model, but it's going to confirm that as well. I've already created the model. Then it's going to create passport.config.txt, and it's going to add the auth validator, the auth service, the auth controller, and the auth route. Then it's going to initialize passport in index.txt. So I'm going to click on yes for it to install. So let's wait for it to finish. So now I want to add in the JWT secret in the env.config. So I'm going to click on enter, and it's going to add it in the env. So let's click on enter. So I think the only thing that is it didn't add is the JWT expiring at. So we are going to add it manually. So it is also going to go ahead. It is already started to create the cookie.txt. So inside the SLC folder, YouTube. So it's going to create this. So let's wait for it. So okay, I'm going to accept it. And now we can see that it has created the cookie. And if I go into the file, we can see that it added 30 days here. So then we can see clear cookie. So let's wait for it. So it's creating the user service. So and it's going to, it just added this to method there, find user by ID and find user by email. So it's going to go ahead and create the passport.config. So we are going to look through each of the files it creates once it is done. So I'll click on enter, and let's just quickly wait for this to finish. So it's already done with it. So let's go into each of the files. So let's go into the cookie.txt. So I really want to update this. So instead, I'm going to go into my env where we have JWT secrets. I'm going to add JWT expired in. Then I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to config where we have the env, and I'm going to add it here. So I'm going to pass in expired in. I'll save this. And then let's go back to the cookie. So instead of this way, I'll come over here. I'm going to replace this. So I'm going to replace this, and let's just leave it as, so let's change this to 7 days. So replace 7 days here. So let's replace this to 7 days. And then we have the set JWT auth cookie. So I'm going to be passing the user ID here. So I'm going to remove this. Then I'm going to just request for, we're going to pass in the response and user ID. Then we can set the type here. So I'm going to set the type here. So you copy cookie, and I'm going to set cookie here. So now we are going to say constant payload is equals to user ID, and then I'm going to say constant expire in. So instead of this, I'm going to use, let's use the env. So say env config.jwt. So let me import it. This, then we're going to say, let's use this as time. Now we're going to use the JWT. So I say constant token is equals to JWT dot sign payload. We're going to pass in the config.jwt secret, and then the expire in here. So let me also add audience here. So this is going to be user. So let's import the JWT here. So now we have this. Now we have the maximum age, HTTP only true, and then the secure. Then we have same site. So I'm going to we can leave it as select, or we can just say env config like this. Env config production. Sorry, env config production is going to be streets, And then I can also change this to use env config. And let's update this too. So I'm going to return this. And for the clear JW2 key, we don't really need all of this. So I'll just remove this. And we can just set, let's set path to slash. So this is fine. So now we can go over into, let's go into the controller, inside the Auth controller first. And then if I go into Auth.controller, then we can see we have the register controller here. And inside the validation, let's go into validation, validator, Auth validator. You see that it uses sort name, email, and password. And for the login schema, we have email and password here. So now we can go back into the Auth controller. So we're going to use this cookie. So I'm going to set JWT Auth cookie. And inside the Auth controller, we can use this here. So we can just get the user ID. So I'll say constant user ID is going to be equals to user.id. And we can then say return import JWT Auth cookie. And then I'm just going to return it like this. And let's just move this. Instead of JSON, we can also add in, let's add in status here too. So let's import HTTP status dot created. So let's import this the way imported set JWT cookie. Let me import it too, and the error should stop. Error to stop. So I don't know why this is destroying. Also, let's go into the register service, and you can see the register service here. So I'm going to remove this token. You don't need to return generate any token. So let's just remove it. And you can see that it created this create user, and you can see user model.create, and we pass in the data here. So this is still okay. Then let me sort of pass this whole data. I'm just going to open it like this and just pass it like this instead. So now we have the user. We can just return the user directly like this. Say return user. So this is fine. So we have the register service here, and you can see that the error has stopped. So let's go back to the controller, and let's look at the login. So we can see that it created the function here, and it's using the login schema, which you can see. And then it's going to get the body, and it's passing the body into the login service. So we're going to also copy the same thing we have here, and let me add it here too. So I'm just going to remove this and just paste it here, and we need to get the user ID, so we can just get like this. So user. So I'm going to change this to user underscore ID. So we're going to update this response. So instead of register, I'll say user let's say login successful, and let's change this to okay. So let's go into the login service now. And we can see find user by email, and you see we have it's importing the uh exception we created, and then it's going to check if the password match. So invalid email or service. So instead of unauthorized, let's use not found here, not found exception. So this is fine. So it's using the compare password we define inside the user model. So this is good like this. So I'm going to remove this and generate up. Then I'm going to remove all of this, and I'm going to just pass in a user like this. So let me remove this. And you can see that everything is fine. So we can go ahead and Let's go into the Auth controller and the error should stop. So this is great. So for the logout user, I'm going to, so inside the cookie, you can see that we return response.clear cookie. So let's go into the Auth. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to remove, let's just to return here. Return clear cookie, Auth cookie response dot status. Okay, and then we're going to say .json, and you can see that everything. So let me fix this error. And this is not showing properly, so showing for two. Let's go into the cookie, and we didn't return this, so I'll just return. And inside the controller, let me see if we import it, and then the error should stop. So instead of login user, I'm going to change this to login controller, and this is going to be logout controller too. And for the auth status, we can just say auth status controller. So let me collapse this. So for this, we're just going to return the user. You can see we are returning the user, and we can say authenticated there. So this is fine. So let's now go into the route. So inside the route, it created auth route, and then inside the auth route, we can see we need to remove all of this, and let's import login. So I'm going to remove all these passports. So let me import login controller, and then logout controller, and then the auth status controller too. And then now let's go and look at the passport. So this is fine. So before we look at the passport, let's look at the index.txt, and you can see that it has imported it has created your route for the auth and import the auth route here. So now we have looked at this the auth from the auth controller to the auth service, and then the auth validator. So we can go ahead and let me remove this and this. So let's go into passport. So let's go into config, and then passport.config. And if you scroll up now, you can see that it's imported the passport, and it got the JWT strategy, extract JWT. So you can see cookie extractor. So it's going to extract the cookie, the access token, and then it has created the JWT option. So it's using JWT from request and extract JWT from extractor. Then it pass in the cookie extractor. Then we have secret or key, and then we have config. So it import config.jwt secret, and then we can also add in the audience to and the algorithm to it. So now you can see that use passport.use JWT strategy, and then JWT options here. So I think something so if I let me remove this. Okay, the error has stopped. So I use the audience here. So JWT options, and then the payload, and we have the sub, so passport.sub. Yeah. So instead of, so I'm going to, this is supposed to be user ID. So I'll say user ID, and then let's change this to payload.user ID. So we have the user, and if I go into find user by ID, you should see ID is passed here. And then if user, we just return the user, else just return false and return error. And then we can see passport auth JWT, and now we can use this inside the route, like inside the auth route. You can see it was used here. So only authenticated user can use is authorized to access this endpoint. So then inside the index.txt, you can see that it imported the passport here, and it didn't initialize passport here. So everything is fine. So we have gone through everything. Let me confirm everything is safe. So let me save this, and let me clear this. So let's go into the backend folder SOC. So let's go ahead and test this out. everything's working. So I'm going to run my server. So let me go there and then let's say npm run dev. So let me cd into my backend, npm run dev, and then let's go into https, and then let's create auth.http, and then I'm just going to paste it here. So we can see API auth register, the name, email, and password. Then we have the login endpoint, and then we can do get API auth user. So let's make sure the server is running and the database is connected. So let's quickly click on send and let's see. So let's see, and now we can see that the user is registered. So this is great. So let's try and log in. So I'm going to try and remove the email and let's see. So click on login. Now we can see validation is working. So failed and validation failed, email and invalid email address. So if I click on send now, we should see that this is login. And to see the access cookie, we can just click on HTTP YAC, and then if we click on sessions, and let me see variable. Okay, yeah, we can see session now. We can see the cookie, and cookie is created. Yeah, and there you can also see the history. So let's try and get the user. So I'm going to click on send, and I think this failed. So let's check this. Okay, I think this is auth me. So let's confirm this inside the route, auth route. Okay, yeah, you can see me. So let's click on send, and then you can see the response. This is great. Then for logout, let's click on logout, and you can see user logout successful. So if we go to the HTTP YAC now, let's click on sessions, and let's just try to click on get me. You can see unauthorized here. So this is working. This is working fine. So great. So to see the data in the database, I can copy this Mongo URI, then click on MongoDB. So make sure you can add it. Yeah, you can just search for Mongo and DB, and then just install this extension. And then inside the MongoDB, let's add connections. I'll click on connect, and I'll paste it here and click on enter. And this is connecting. So let's see. So now it's connected. Then we should see this. So I'm going to close this, and we can see the database here. So we can see users. We can see one in document. So let's wait for it. And now you can see the email, the password is hashed, and other and the name. So this is it. So we are done with the authentication. So now we're going to go ahead and work on the GitHub connection. In this chapter, we're going to go ahead and work on the GitHub connection, then also retrieving the repositories. So inside the env first, we need to add in some env. So I'm going to do that here. So we're going to later on get the use GitHub client ID, client secret. Then we're going to have our own. So this is going to be created by us, OAuth state secret, and then the token encryption key. So this is going to we're going to encrypt the access token and refresh token, and we're going to send in some state. So we're going to also have to sign the state. So we're going to also have a secret for it, so we can verify the state. So let's go into SRC folder, and inside, let's create a folder here. So lib, and here I'm going to create a folder, social OAuth, and there we can just do index.txt here, and we can create the state file. So I'll say state.txt, and we're going to also create the encryption file. So I'll say encryption.txt. So I forgot to use the, so inside the config, env config, we are going to get them here. So I'm going to, so I've pasted it here, And inside the env, again, I need to add in the base. Let me just call it base. So I'll do that above here at the top here. So I'll say base URL, and this is going to be the base URL for backend server, and this is going to be added in the callback URL in GitHub. So I will go into the env config, and I'm going to just paste it here. So now inside the index.txt, so we can have this. So it's going to be called the redirect URL. So or callback URL. So inside there, we can have it here. So I can say constant GitHub underscore redirect URL, and I'm going to just let's import it like this. So let's import the env config. Yeah. So this is going to be the redirect URL. So now we are going to also add in. So I'm going to add in this here, the GitHub auth URL. So the login URL, the token URL, the API URL, and the scope. So we have repo, read user, and read org. So now let's add in. The first thing we're going to create is the create GitHub connect URL. So let's create this method here. So I'll say constant function is going to be create GitHub connect URL, and this is going to have value here, and this is going to be, or let's change this to data, and this is going to have, we're going to pass in the user ID, which is of type string, and then the redirect to. Then I'm going to open this. Then we're going to go ahead and create the state. So after we create a state, we're going to create the params. So let me just define the state here. I'll say constant state is going to be equals to, we're going to call this create OAuth state here. And we're going to come back to it. So OAuth state is going to take an object here. It's going to be user ID, data.user ID, and then this two, data.redirect URL. So let me data.redirect to. So let me change this to data.redirect to. So copy this and let me change this. Let me also change this. So now we're going to create the params. So say constant params new search params, and we're going to pass the client ID, the scope, and we're going to also have the state here, and I'm going to say allowed sign up true, and response type here, response type code. So we have this method there. So why is this string error? Export. So I've changed the error and stop now. So let's go ahead and create a state. So I'll copy this and let's go into state. So I can ask the AI agent to create the state for me. So it's going to know how to create it because inside the command code scaffold, I think scaffold or there's the MD, you can see show auth here. So let me just tell it to add it. So I'm going to go to this and I'm going to say create the state for the show auth only in the, I'll point to the states states.txt, and or we can just even point to the shushu auth. So now we can just click on enter and this should start working on it. So let's click on enter and let's wait for it. So it's going to go ahead and read the text, then it's going to go ahead and create the state. So let me wait for it. So it has started creating, even though I told it to create only the state, so it also want to create the encryption.cs. So I'll click on yes. So it has created the state.txt now. So let's also wait for it to create the encryption.txt. So let's wait for it. So now it's creating the encryption.txt. So I'll click on yes, and then index.txt. So let's wait. So I think it is done with it. So we can look at the state.txt, and now you can see that it has created the create or state, and we can see the payload here, which we pass in the index.txt. We pass in the user ID and the redirect to. Then we have the payload base 64, and this is we're going to buffer the payload or string or base and 64 URL. Then we're going to create signature. We're using crypto, and this is it, imported it here. Then you can see it has passed the payload base 64 to this, and we have the scripture as signature, and then we have payload base 64 dot signature. Then we also have now the verify or auth state, and there we are going to split this to get the payload base 64 and signature. And then if it's not there, we're going to return an error, and we're going to expect a signature. So it's going to create a signature again, and then we're going to use time save equal. So, and if this does not match, it's going to return an error, and then we're going to also have the payload to get the user and the redirect to. So I also want to add expired add to this, so I can just come over here and just. So I'm going to paste the expire. So this is going to expire in 10 minutes. So I'm going to do check that here too. So I'm going to say if payload expired is less than date.now, then we're just going to throw end error, and then we return this user ID, the payload. So we're going to encryption.txt, and then we can see that it has added the algorithm, so the advanced encryption standard, and it's using 256 bits. Then we have the IV length and the key. So we can see that it has defined the IV here with the IV length. We have the cipher and the auth stack and the encrypted. Then it's going to return this here. And then you can see it has also created the decrypt token. So now let's go into the index.txt, and there we can import. Let's import this. So import it from state. Now we have the create GitHub connect URL with the state passed to it. Now we're going to create the next method, which is going to be the method to exchange the code that's going to return when we connect the user. So we're going to exchange the code for the access token and the refresh token. So let's say export async function exchange code for token. I don't want to, I'll use exchange GitHub code for token, and we're going to pass in the code, then string. I'm just going to remove this, and then we're going to define the params. So I'm going to say params. This is going to be equals to new search params, and let me close this. And then here we're going to pass in the client ID, and we're going to pass in the client secret, and then the code and the redirect URL. Then we're going to create the endpoint here. So what I'm going to define it here. So I'm going to say function. I'm going to call it request GitHub GitHub token, and there we're going to just pass in params. So the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm going to use this for the refresh method we're going to create. So let me add async here, and then for the params, so I'll say params, and this is going to be of type URL search params, and then we're going to say constant response is going to be equals to await fetch, and we're going to use the get token URL, and let me close this, and we're going to say method post, and then we're going to have the headers application, and then we're going to have accept here. Let's also pass in user agent. So say user agent, user agent, and we're going to just use base base 64 agent here, and we're going to pass in the body, and we're going to return the response. So let me, instead of doing it like this, I'm going to say constant data is equals to response .js, and if there is any error, if this is not complete, it's going to return an error, and then we're going to return the data here. So let's return data, and now we can use this here. So we say constant data is equals to refresh GitHub token, and then I'm just going to say return. So instead of data, I'm just going to say access token. Then we are going to say refresh token, then expired in. So I'm going to remove this. For the expired in, I'm going to have this here. So we're going to get expired in here. So let's say constant expired in, and then we're going to pass in expired in here. So expires at. So this is fine. So now let's create the method, say export async function refresh token, and we're going to do the same thing here. We are going to have this, and then we're going to return the access token, refresh token, and the expired at. We're going to create. So let me collapse this. Is to get the user information. So we're going to say constant export async get user auth, and we're going to say fetch. So let me close this here. So we're going to pass in the header, the barrier token, and we are going to pass the accept user agent base 64 agent, and there I'm going to say if not okay, let's return this, and then we're going to get the data. So I don't want to get all the information, so I'm going to say constant data, and then we're just going to return only the GitHub ID. So say GitHub ID, and then we are going to also get a GitHub login there. So this is the only thing we need. And now we have this method now. And the last method we're going to create is to get all repos. So say export async function get GitHub repo. Let me make it say get GitHub repos. And we're going to pass in the access token. So we're going to define, let's say, let's do constant repos, which is going to be, I'm going to set the type here. So let me add the type here. So I've pasted it here, and GitHub repo, the repository, and then I'm going to come down here. I'm going to set like this, and let's say let's page 1, and then we can just say while true, and then we are going to say constant response is equals to await fetch, and we're going to use the API, GitHub API user repo per page. We can say 100 page, it's going to be page, and then I'm going to say and sort updated. Then we're going to also add and direction is going to be decrease, descending, and then we are going to also add, let's add affiliation owner, collaborator, organization members. Then we are going to pass in header here. So let me pass in let's pass object headers, and pass in the access token. So let's say authorization bearing, and then the user agent and accept. So now we have this. So let me close this first, and there we're going to say if not okay. So let's return this. Now we can say constant page repository, and then we can just say repo.push repo. Then I also want to say if not response to header include this, we're going to break, and then we're going to, so let me change this to response And then below here, we're going to say page plus plus, and then we can return the repositories. So we are done with all the method. Now we are going to go ahead and start working on the controllers and the service. So let me save this. So let's create the controller. So I'm going to inside the controller, and I'm going to say GitHub GitHub.controllers tx. So I'm going to also create that. So I'm going to ask command code to create the GitHub, the controllers and the service. So let's open the terminal, and then I'm going to say should create the connect GitHub controller, the GitHub callback controller, and repo, the get repos controller. Also, we can also add this connect user controller. So let's say create the GitHub let's say GitHub Auth. Let's say now, just say now, let's create the GitHub Auth, the GitHub Connect controller, callback, and the repos, and let's say controller. Let me remove this. Repos and controller and service. So what I can do, I can just literally create the connect first. Let's do connect first and service only. So we're going to do them one after the other. I'll say only, and let's click on enter. So I forgot, let me cancel this. You can use escape key. I'm going to click on the arrow key, then I'm going to point to the file I've just created. So I'm going to say GitHub controller, then click on enter, and let's wait for it to start. It's going to create the connect GitHub controller. Yeah, we're going to ask to create the callback and the get GitHub repo controller. So it's reading the files, the model, the social auth, auth, and all of the files. So let's wait for it. So now it wants to create the service first. So let's click on enter, and then let's click enter. So now we can see it added all the control. Wow, it added the all the method. So let's see. So it is done. Let me just cancel this, and let's go over it. So now we have the GitHub Connect controller. So this is going to take in, we're going to get the user as user document. So let me see inside. So let's create inside the TX. Let's create express. Sorry, express.d.tx, and then I'm just going to add underscore ID in the global in the user, so we can go back into the GitHub controller. Now instead of this, I can just say request.user dot underscore ID, and then we can just remove this here. So let's just say to string. So this can be undefined. Yeah, you can see the error has stopped. Change this to user ID instead of so it should be user ID. So the user from the client side, we're going to send in the query. So redirect the redirect to. So this is fine. So let's return response. Let's add in status HTTP OK. So now let's go ahead and look at the service. So I'll go into GitHub and get GitHub connect URL. And we can see we pass in the user ID, the repository, and then we can see that it imports the create GitHub connect URL, which we have here. And last, I'm just going to also check for the user ID. So I'm just going to say if not user ID, you're unable to find user or user, let's just use unauthorized instead. Unauthorized exception. I'll just say authentication required to connect GitHub account, and this is fine. So, and then this is okay. So we can go into the controller and let's look at the next one. So it also implemented the callback, the GitHub callback controller, and we can see that it's got the state, the code, and the state. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a validator. So let's create github.validator.tx, and I'm just going to import, let's import Zod from Zod, and then I'm just going to paste this here. So we can use this inside this GitHub controller. So here, instead of using as here, so I'm just going to say, so let me remove this. We're going to just pass in GitHub, callback query schema, and then we're going to just pass this. I'm just going to import this. So let me see if I export this. So let me export it. And then let me import it here. So we can see this is fine. So I'm just going to just change this to GitHub callback service. So we pass in the code and state, and then we can just return this and then add in state and status too. So let me change this again. AI is changing this. GitHub callback service. So I just update this here. And then let's go into the service and we can just change in. I'll just change this to GitHub callback service and the error should stop. So now here we have we pass in the code and state, and we redirect to from the verify or auth state, and then we pass in the state here. So now we are going to, so instead of this, I'm just going to remove this. We can just remove this. Then I'm just going to remove this catch. So since we've wrapped this with try catch in the async handler, that's just going to catch the error. So I'm going to just say constant. So I'll just say constant token. I'll just call it token data. And this is going to be equals to the exchange GitHub code for token. And then we're passing the code. Now we can get the user data. I'll say constant user data is going to be equals to GitHub user token data access token. Now I'm going to just remove all of this. It's right here. So let me just remove this. So I'm just going to say, so we can just say await GitHub account, find and update. Then we're going to pass in the user ID. Then this is going to be, let me remove this. I'll just say user ID. And then we can pass this here. So this is string find and update user ID. This of type string. Okay, so the problem why this is showing underscore showing error is coming from the GitHub account model. So I need to remove the schema and the error should stop now. So let's go into GitHub service and now we can see the error has stopped. So then we're going to also remove this. So we're going to remove this. So we're going to say redirect to. So if redirect to was not passed, I can just say constant redirect, say redirect URL is equals to redirect to. So redirect to. So if redirect to is passed, so let me copy this. So if redirect to is passed, we're going to pass it. Else, we are just going to build this. So I'm going to say env, sorry, env config dot frontend origin, and then we can say slash, and we can just do new GitHub is equals to connected. Then let's return redirect URL here. So I'll just say, let's say redirect URL, and then I'm going to just save this. So now we've updated the callback service, and inside the GitHub controller, and we can see that this is return here too. So let me remove this now. Let's create the controller to fetch all the repos. So I'm going to say export constant get GitHub GitHub repos controller, and we say async handler async, and let's pass in the request, which is of type request, and the response is of type response. And then let's return, so we can get the user ID. User ID is equals to request.user._id, and then we can say constant data is equals to await, let's call this get GitHub service. So we GitHub repos service, and then we're going to pass in the user ID, and let's return response.status http status.ok, and we're going to just hit .json, and we just return the data. So let me just pass data, it's going to be data. And let's go ahead and create this method. So let's go into the GitHub service, and let's do this here. So it created the get access token. So let me open, so you can see fetch the user user ID. So I'll just replace this with user ID like this. And then if account is not found, you just run an exception. Then so you say if account does token expired at and dot refresh token, then we're going to decrypt the refresh token. Then we're going to call the refresh GitHub token method, pass in the refresh token, and then we can then account the access token. Then we're going to encrypt the newly fetched access token And if refresh token was passed or it exists, we're going to add it. Then we're going to also update the token expired, and we're going to save in the account. So this is great. So this is going to throw an error. So and this is going to return the token. So this is fine. So instead of, I'll just change this to get GitHub access token. So now let's create the method to fetch the service to fetch the repos. So say constant get. So let me go ahead and copy this. Get GitHub repo service. So I'll go into the service, and let me replace this with this, and we can see async. And we're going to pass in. So the user ID is going to be passed. So let's say user ID type string, and let's return this. So I'll say if not user ID, then we can just throw new bad requests, or let's say new unauthorized, another exception, and then we're going to give this let's say unauthorized, or let's say user not found. Let me change it to unauthorized instead. So we have this now. So we can call the method. So say constant. Let's get the access token first. We're going to say get GitHub access token. Let's pass in the user ID, and then we can say constant repos is equals to await get GitHub repos, and we pass in the access token. So now we can just return. We can return repos. So I'm just going to map this here. So let me come over here. Access token. So I'm just going to add await here, and the error should stop. So now let's map this. I'll just say repos. Let's call this what should I give it? Mapped repos. And this is going to be equals to right. So we're going to say map repos is equals to repos map. We're going to pass in the ID name, full name, HTTP URL, the clone URL. So the clone URL is going to have the .git. Why this is just going to have the normal URL. There is a private default branch and description fork, and then the owner. So we can just pass this. I don't think we even need the owner. The login. We don't need it. So I'll just comment it out. I don't think we need it. So let's return. So let me remove this, and let's return repos here. So repos is going to be map repo. So I think now the error should stop. So let's go back to GitHub. Let's import this. So now we are done with this GitHub now. So let's look at the disconnect in GitHub. So GitHub disconnect controller. Then we have the user ID. So let's just change this to dot underscore ID, and change this to ID. And then we can just say user ID. I'm going to remove this. So we can return this too. So return return response or status, and we say HTTP status dot okay. So if we go into disconnect GitHub, and we can just remove this. And then we can see if not, we're going to throw an error. And then we just say await account disconnect. So let me just do return success true. Oh, let's change this to, instead of success, let me use connected us. So this is fine. So we have this now. So inside the controller, everything is correct. So let's go into, so I can remove this now. And let's go into the route. So inside the route, so it didn't create the route. So I'll say GitHub dot route dot tx, and we can copy this. So I'll copy this, paste it here, and now we can change this. So I'll change this to GitHub route. Then this is going to, so I can also combine this together like this, and I'm going to change this to get, let's say connect, and let's import passport JWT, authenticate JWT, and we're going to go into controller, and let's copy GitHub connect controller, and then I'm going to just update this here, and I'm going to, I will then change this to, instead of Auth, we say GitHub controller, and I'm going to paste it here. So now this one we're going to say callback. So let me remove this, and this is going to be get, and this is going to be callback, and then we can go to controller, and let's say GitHub callback controller, and then we're going to just pass it here, and let's import it too. Then I'm going to remove this, and this is going to be get, and I'm going to let me remove this. So I'll say repos, and then we're going to pass in passport here. Let's go into the controller, and let's copy get GitHub repo controller, and let's update this, and let's import it too. And lastly, we can just say disconnect, and I'm going to just set delete, and I'm going to remove this. I'll set this to disconnect. Disconnect. We're going to go into the GitHub controller, and let's copy GitHub disconnect controller. Let me update this, and then let's import it. And then we're going to return GitHub route, and then let's go into index.tx, and we can duplicate this, and I'm going to say GitHub, and then inside the GitHub route we can just copy this. Inside the index.tx we can pass it here, and let's import it. And now, so we are done with this now. So we're going to test this on the client side once we implement the front end. So now we are done with the GitHub connection, the GitHub OAuth connect, and then to fetch all the repos. Now we are I also forgot inside the env, we've now retrieved the GitHub clients and GitHub and client secrets, and we've not generated the secret for this. So let's do it now. So open your terminal. So I'm going to open my terminal. Let me go into backend, and I'm going to cancel the server. I'll clear my terminal, and I'm going to run this. So open SSL to generate the secret. It's going to generate the secret. So let's wait for this. Why is it taking time? So it has generated, so I'm going to copy it. I'll paste it here. So let's generate another one. So I'll copy it. And then I'm going to paste it here. So now let's go to GitHub and get the GitHub client ID and secret. So I'll go on the client side. So I've log into my GitHub account. So I can click here. And then I'm going to go to settings. And let's scroll down to developer settings. And then let's go to Auth app. And then we can click on new. And let's give this a name. So I'll say base 64. For the home, we need to pass in home page URL and unauthorized a callback URL. So I'm going to go back. So I'm going to use ngrok. So you can just search for this and make sure you log into your account. So I've already installed ngrok. So I already have it in my system. So let me quickly log in first. So once you install, you just have to install this and then use ngrok config add auth, and then we can run this. So I already have it in my system, so I'm just going to run this. Let me go back to the code, and then I'm going to open my terminal, and let me just run this here. So our backend is running at 8,000. So I'm just going to say, sorry, 8,000. And let's wait for this. So copy this now. I'll go into the env, and then I can just say base underscore URL. So let me just comment this out, and I'm going to replace this with it. So let's go back to the front end. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go into index, and I'm going to change this to slash. So the health is going to be slash. So I'll change this to slash. So let me close this, and then let me go to the browser, and then I can add this here. So OAuth, I'll just add it here, and this will point to the health endpoint URL. So we're going to add the callback, and the callback, we can go back to the code, and inside the social auth index.txt, and we should scroll up and we should see, sorry, this should not be auth. This should be GitHub callback. I think that's what I have in the route. So let's go to GitHub route, which is a GitHub callback. Yeah. So I'll go back to index.txt, and then we can just copy this, and let's go back to the browser, and we can just pass it here. So /github/callback, and we can just click on register app, and now we can copy the client ID in client secret. So go back to the code, my env, and I'm going to paste it here. So let's go back again, and let's copy. I'll click on generate new client secret. So I'm going to delete this. So let me verify my email first, and I can copy this now. So I'll copy the client secret, and then I'm going to go back to the code editor, and I'm going to paste it here. So now we have, so I also forgot to run the server. So let me click here, and let's run the server, and cd backend, and let's say npm run dev. And let me create the GitHub HTTPS so we can test it. HTTP, and then I'm going to quickly add all the HTTP. So now I've already added this HTTP, so we can try out localhost 8 to connect our GitHub. So server is running, so let's click on send. And okay, unauthorized. So I need to log in first. So let me quickly log into my account. So I've logged in, I'll go to GitHub and let me click on send now. And you can see the URL. So I can copy this URL now. And let's go to the browser. And I'm going to paste it here. And something is wrong. Okay, so I think I made a mistake. I didn't copy this way. So let me go back to the code editor and click on it well. So I'm just going to do that now. So I've seen the issue. So I had to click on this again. So I had to go ahead and save this because the client ID was not visible. You can see the client ID now is added here. So I tried to, and I click on the send again. That's where we can see the client ID here. So make sure to check the env is correct. The client's GitHub client ID is the same as what we have here, and inside the social index.txt. So the client ID is passed here. So now let me try this again. Hopefully it should work. So I'll copy this now again. And I'll go to the browser. And let's see. I'll paste it. Click on send. Now we can see that it's worked. So we can verify the session and make sure the ngrok is worked before we verify. Make sure ngrok is running. So let's go back to the browser and let's click on continue. And this is going to ask for read only. You can see, and then we're going to click on so repos public and private and unauthorized. And let's see visit. So we can see this now. So this is, so it's trying to go back to GitHub / callback. Sorry, I think we made a mistake. So let's go back here. Inside the settings. So developer settings. Then go to Auth. Let's edit this. So the callback, I forgot to add API. So API, click on update. So let's do the same thing inside the code. So inside the index.txt, I forgot to add API here /API. Let's try this again. So let's go into GitHub HTTP and let's click on send. And they should give us the connect URL. So let's copy this now. And let me head over to the browser. And I'm going to paste it here again. Click on enter. And now I'm going to click on continue. Let's see. Now we can see GitHub account connected successfully, and we can see redirect to. So this is working fine. So I think we also made a mistake. This should redirect to the front end immediately. So let's go back to the code and inside the controller, inside GitHub controller. So let me GitHub controller. So yeah, I'll scroll to callback. Instead of returning this, we just like this. So response redirects to redirect to. So this is so we can check this now. So inside the GitHub, so let me open. If I go into MongoDB, let me reload this. So let me just refresh. I'll open the database and we can see one in there. So we can see one is added now. We can fetch in the repo. So I can go back into Explorer, then go to GitHub, and then we can click on get repo. So let's see. Now we can see that this has fetched all the repos I have in that account. So this is great. So let's try and then delete this to see. So click on send. So disconnect field. So let's check in the route, GitHub route. Okay, I forgot to put slash here. So let me go back into GitHub, make sure the server is running. And let me click on send. Now we can see GitHub disconnected. So we can come over here and let's just reload this. And we can see Zoro is inside the GitHub account table. So great. So this is working fine. So now let's go ahead and start working on these sessions. In this chapter, we are going to set up Authstash. So Authstash box is what we're going to use for the sandbox in the project. So just make sure to come over to upstash.com and to sign up into, just log in or sign up. And we're going to be using the Upstash box. So I've already logged into my account. And once you log in, you should click on box. And then we're going to create an API key. So I already have this already. So we can click here to create a box, but we're going to do it in the code. And if I click here, API key, and they should create a new API key for us. So let me click on this. Before we create the API key, let's look at the quick start. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to have to install Upstash, and then we can see a sample of how to use it. So we're not going to use it today. We have the code, and this is if you're using the agent inside. But what we're going to use this for, we're going to do execute files git. So these are the things we're going to use it for. And we can go to the documentation, just click on this doc, and it will take you here. Now you can see the quick and start. Then we can see you have to install set API key. So we need to add Upstash box API key. And then to create a box, we just pass in box.create and then runtime node. So you can add Python runtime and other runtime. So you can see it here. And this is optional. We are not going to use agent. So we are going to just go straight to, let me go to box basic. And there you can just read, they have key shell, file system, snapshot, and then you can see all of the runtime they have, which you can change. And then let's just go straight to Git. So this is the most important one here. If I click on Git, and now we can see how to configure Git. So we are going to add the GitHub. So we have the access token already saved. So we're going to pass in the access token in the Upstash box. So we can use the Git, which is inside the sandbox. So we can see we also you can add in Git identity. So we're just going to add in our name, like a base 64 and the email. So once the agent push to the repo, they'll be able to see the changes, or the push came from us. Then we can see this is how to clone a repository, box.git or clone. There you pass in the default branch, and that's why we have the default branch. Then we have a status, then we have commit, push, open pull request. So we have shell here. So click on shell, and we are going to use this. As you can see it, we're going to create a bash tool which AI can run different scripts inside it. So we also have file system. So let's go to file. So we're going to come back to this once we start working on the session. But for now, we're just going to set up this first. Then for the file system, you can read file. You can say file.read, file.write, file.list. This will list all the files and some other stuff you can read from here. So now let's just go ahead and create the API key. So I'll click on this again, fully show. Now we can see the API key. So I'll copy this, click on OK. And if you look at the doc, if I go to quick start, so we need to add this Upstash box API key. So let's go to the code and let's go to the env. So I've added it here. So I'm just going to paste in the API key. Now let's go back and install this package. So I'll go back to browser and I'm going to copy this and let's go to the code. So I'm going to install it and I'm going to show you the version. So I'll cancel my server and I'm going to paste this and install. So once it's installed, I'm going to show you the version of installed. So now it has installed. So let me go into package.json. And if I scroll down to dependency, you should see 0.4.3. So let me close this. And now let me close all of this. Collapse this. And inside the backend, I'm going to create, inside the lib folder, I'm going to create a file. Let's create sandbox.txt here. And then inside the sandbox.txt, so since we are using CommonJS, so if you look at the JS config here, we are using CommonJS and Upstash, the Upstash box is using ASM. So what we're going to do, we're going to have to import the Upstash package dynamically. So we're going to dynamically import it. So I'm just going to only import the type here. So I'll say import type. So I'm going to say box, and this is going to come from at Upstash box here. So now I'm going to say constant get box access equals to, and let's just say import Upstash box. So just remove this. Like this. So now let's create the method. So we're going to say export constant create box. I'll say for session. So since we're going to be using it only for the session, so I'll say create box for session, and it's going to be async, and this is going to let's return this. And we're going to pass in the access token. Like I showed you, you need to pass in access token since we're using Git. So I'm going to say if not access token, then we can just throw an error. Now we can say constant box await get box, and then we can say let's just change this to let's change this to box model is okay. So let's just let me just do like this box here, and then we can just say return box dot create runtime is going to be node, then git, we're going to pass in token access token, and then let's pass in username. So username, we're going to say base 64 AI, and for the user email, we can just give it base 64 at, and we just say base 64.ai. This is fine. So now we're going to create another method, say constant export constant get box. So let me just, instead of I'll say create box, and let me change this to create box, get box model module, and I'm going to change this. Then we have get box, and it's going to be async. We're going to pass in the box ID, and so if ID is not passed, just going to return this. Let's also add promise here, box. So this is it. So we are done with the setup. Now we can go ahead and start working on the session controller and the service, and where we are going to use the Upstash box inside the project. In this chapter, we're going to start working on the sessions. So let's go into the controller and let's create session.controller.txt. And then let me quickly copy this express and async handler. So I'm just going to go into session.controller. I'm going to paste this here. And then we can say export constant. So the first endpoint we're going to do is to get user sessions controller. And let's get the ID underscore ID. And I'm going to change this to user ID. And then we can just, let me return close this. So I'm going to add validation. So I'm going to use sort here. So I'm going to session dot validator dot tx. So let's import sort. Aside from sort. So I'll paste it here. So this is going to be query bound. So to fetch the sessions, we're going to pass in SaaS so they can search. They can pass in page size and then page number. So save this, and now let's go back to session controller. Now we can use the CLC constant. This is equals to session or query search queries schema. So let me import this. And there we can get in search, page size and page number. Now we're going to so let me close this. So we can again say constant data is going to be equals to await get user and session service, and we can pass in the user ID. So I'm going to let me remove this, and I can pass in search, page and page number here. So this is going to be query. So let's now return constant, sorry, instead of constant, so return response status like this. So let's go ahead and create a service. So go straight to the service folder and let's create session.service.tx. So let's create a method, so export constant page number, and let's save this. So I'll change this to query. So the first we're going to do, we need to build the query. So we have the user ID here. So let's just say let's say constant query. So let me change this, instead of query, let me set this to filters. So filter is okay. So now I'm just going to say if filter.search and filter dot search is not equals to undefined. Then we can say query search. Instead of this, I'm going to remove this. So inside the model, if we go into a session model, we have title, repo name. I think both of them we can search for title, repo name, even the slug ID if you want. So I'm going to just use, I think it's best to use title and repo name. So I'm just going to say dot $, or it's going to be equals to array, and we're going to say title, and we're going to select filter the search option. Then we're going to pass in the, let's do it again. Yeah, it's a response, a repo name, and we're going to pass this. I think this is okay. So now we have this. We can then say constant so I'll say pagination, let's pass in page size and the page number. Now I can say constant skip is equals to pagination dot page number minus 1 times pagination dot page size. And now we can say constant so we're going to get the total and this and the sessions. So we're going to say total is equal to await promise all, and let's import the session model. Then we're going to pass in the query, and we're going to sort the descending order. Then we're going to pass in skip. And then limit, and we can then say dot lane, and then we're going to count the document. So now we can return this. So say return session and then the pagination. So let's also get the total count here, total pages. So I'll say total pages is equals to total, changes to total count here, and replace this with this. So now we have total count to pages. Then for the page size, we can just say pagination, page size, pagination, page number. So this is it. So we can now go ahead and let's go into session controller and let's import it. So now we need to also create an endpoint to fetch a single session. So I'll paste this here, and I'm going to get session by slug ID. Then we're going to remove this. So let's create the validation for we're going to get a slug ID. So let's go into session validator, and then let's create this here. So I'm going to just import this inside the controller, and then we can say constant slug ID, and we're going to pass in the request params. Now I'm just going to remove let me import it. So I'm just going to remove this. So I'm going to change this to get session by slug ID. I will pass in the user ID and the slug ID, and then we're going to return this. I'm going to say return okay, user session retrieve. You can just say session retrieve. Let me just change this session retrieve successfully. So let's go ahead and create this method. So let's go into the service and say export constant. So let's say constant session find one user ID and slug ID.lane. Then if not this, we're going to use not found session not found exception, sorry, not now found exception, and then we're going to return the session. So I think user ID here is let's go into the session model and let's remove schema here. Let's also do the same thing for GitHub. Okay, for message model. Okay, this is fine. So let's go into the service now, and the error should stop. Now this is not found exception, and then we need to also get in. We're going to retrieve the messages. So once we get the sessions, we are going to retrieve the messages, and this is going to we're going to go into the messages model, and then we're going to fetch all the messages. So let's quickly create the message service here. So I'll say message dot service dot tx. So inside the session service, we are going to create a method. So I'll say constant, and this is going to be equals to await get session messages, and we're going to pass in this, and we're going to then retrieve the messages here. Let's say messages, and this is going to return session, let's say session and message. So let's go ahead and create this method. So I'll copy this, get session messages service, and let's just copy this. Let's go into message service, and let's say export constant async, and then we're going to say if not session ID, then we're going to I'm just going to import this part request a session, and then we can then retrieve the message. I'll say constant messages is equals to await message model find session ID, and then we're going to sort, and then we say decline, and then let's import in the message model. So let's go into session service and let's import this, and now we've implemented the get slug service, and let's go into session controller and let's import this. So now we are done with this now. Service is string error. So let me just say dot to string session ID. Okay, the error has stopped. So let me remove this. So now the next thing we're going to create is the chat controller. So we're going to create that here. Let's say export constant, and I'm going to say as let's say session chat controller, and we need to install some packages. We're going to, so let me post this. So let's create the validation for this. I'm going to remove this. So let's go into session validator, and then I'm going to pass it here. So we're going to get the messages from the client side, the slug ID, the repository URL, and the default branch. We are going to fetch the we're going to fetch all the repos, and all the repos has the branch. So we're not saving the repos in DB, so the client is going to have to pass in the default branch. So we are going to come over here, and then we can say constant messages, and let's just get this, and now we can say session chat service, and we're going to pass in all of this here. the user ID, stock ID, messages, repo, repo, and then the default branch. So let's import this. So we're going to also pass in the response. So this is going to send, we're going to be using the AI SDK, which is going to stream the response to the client side. So we're going to pass in the response here, and let's just import this. So now import the session chat schema. So now let's go ahead and install the packages we're going to use, like the AI SDK. So let's go to the browser. So we're going to be using AI SDK, which is owned by Visio. So we're going to install this package npm install AI. So if you go to the, okay, this is how to use it. Just import generate text from AI, and then you can generate text. So if you want to stream, so I think if I go to the documentation here, we can see generating and streaming text, and we can scroll down here and see how to use it. Generate text AI, and this is using AI gateway from Visio. So, but you can use other provider like Anthropic. You can also add your own custom, and we can see this also generate text, and we can see the result object of generate text, the two core, two results, usage, warning, request, and all. And if we scroll down, the case for unfinished, let's go to stream text. Now you can see stream text. If I'm using the AI gateway, I don't need to import any package. I'll just use it directly, and then we can just say text stream, and this is going to stream the content, the text. So if I scroll down now, you can see you can use stream text on its own and combine it to AI SDK UI. So we're going to use the SDK UI too. So we just do return the to UI message. So the UI message is what we're going to be sending. If client is going to send to us on the backend, and we're going to save. So now since we're using Node.js and we're going to be streaming text, so you can see for Node.js, if we're using streaming the text, we're going to have to use pipe UI stream to response. So the UI message is what we're going to be sending to the client side, and the client will be sending us the UI message. So we're going to convert the streams to say UI message stream to response. So we're going to be using it, and you can come over to the documentation to read more about this. So we can see what will be sent to the client side from the this is the model. This is the results once we stream. So we're going to get the type, and you can see all the type that is sent. So if it's text, you see text start, text data, text end. So these are the events that will be sent. If it's reasoning, this is it. We have two core, so we're going to add two into our AI. So this is what's going to be sending to the client. Two core input start, two core input delta, and two results. And I think that's it. So let's just go ahead and install the package first. So I'll copy this and I'll go to code, and then let's open terminal. Let me clear this. So I'm going to be installing a version. So let me type it here. I'll say 6.6.0.5, and let's click on enter. So make sure you install it under the inside the backend folder, and let's wait for this to install. So now this has already installed. So now we are going to go ahead and create a service. So before we create a service, I also want to, if the user on the client side end the chat, let's say the chat the endpoint is running the streaming, and then the user click on stop. So we need to abort the AI. So since we're going to be using custom streaming, so we are going to, let's just create the abort controller and send the abort signal to the service. So I'll just do constant abort controller, and then we can just say let's do response dot on close and abort dot abort controller dot abort, and we can just say dot signal. So let me move this up here, and now let's go ahead and create a service. So Let me clear all of this here. So inside the service.txt session service, so let's do it here. So I'm going to say export constant, and now we're just going to, let's get everything. So I'll go into session controller, and let me copy all of this. And inside the service, I'll just paste it here. I'll say type. Let me remove this. I'll change it to signal and response to response. So let's import response here. From Express. So now the first thing we are going to do, we are going to, since we are going to be using only these endpoints, so once the user send the first message, we need to create this session and then install the stock ID, repo URL, and default branch into the DB. So when the user send the second message, we need to check if the session has been created. We just retrieve the session with the slug ID so that we don't have to keep on recreating the session anytime the user send a message. So we are going to create a method that's going to check if the slug ID has been added in a DB. We are going to retrieve it, but if not, we're going to then create the session. So let's say let's this is going to be equals to await. I'll say create or get session, and then we're going to pass in this. We're going to pass in user ID, stock ID, repository URL, and default branch, and we can create it here. Let's just say export, sorry, not export, constant create, and let's do it here. So I'm just going to say string. I'll set this to main. Then I'm just going to do a check here. So let me see if we have, let me import the bad request exception. And now you're going to say let session is equals to await. Session model will find user ID and slug ID. And now we are going to then also create the box. Then once we create the box, the sandbox, we're going to store the box ID in the session model. So I'm just going to say let box. So let box is going to be equals to null. So we're going to say if, first we're going to say if not session. So if we cannot find a session where the user ID and stock ID is added, is passed. So we're going to say constant first. We need to get the repo name. So we're going to split a slash, then we're going to slice and then replace .git to empty string. And this is going to give us the repository name. We can just I think I will just leave it like this. So let me just do on repo, and now let's say session model.create, and we're going to pass in slug ID, the repository URL, the repository name, the default branch, and now we are going to say box is equals to await create box, and we're going to pass in the access token. So let's go into the GitHub service and let's export. So you can see get GitHub access token. Let's go back to the service and I can just get it here. I'll say constant access token is equals to get GitHub access token. Let's import it. So we're going to pass in the access token here. Let's import this create box session. Okay, it's not create box session, I think it's create box. So let's import it from the sandbox. Now we're just going to say await session update session ID box box ID box dot ID, and now we can just say session the box ID like this. Then let's say else if session dot box ID, we are going to say box is equals to await get box, and we're going to just pass in session dot box ID. Sorry, this should not be not. So let me import this here. And lastly, if we have session, we're going to say else. Then we're going to create the box again. Then we're going to do the same thing. Now let's return session and the box. So now I can collapse this now, and there we can just get session and box. So the next thing we are going to do is we're going to get the message from the message list. So the message is going to be of type UI message, which is coming from the AI package. We can see it there. So we are going to get the last message. So this is going to send a list, like you can see, array of messages. So we are going to get the last. So the last message is the message user just sent. So we're going to say constant last message is the message of length -1. Now we're just going to say constant, I'll say user prompt is equals to, we are going to find this. So I'm going to say is equals to last message dot path, and we're just going to find this. I'll say dot find path, path type is equals to text. So I'm just going to remove this dot text here. So instead of no provider, I'll just say on by to section. So we want to use this to or let me just remove this here. So we want to generate the title of the session. So if you don't know how I get the path, so if I go into the UI message, if we scroll down now, and we can scroll to where you can see we have the text UI path, and you should see the type text, and then the text states and this is going to be added into this part here, or we can see it inside the documentation. So if I go to the AI SDK documentation, and we can just search for UI message and click on it. And if you scroll down here, you can see we can scroll down here and you can see all the parts. So this is going to be in the parts array. So the array can have the text part, the reason part, the tools parts, all of these 5 parts and others here. So that's the reason why I had to look through the parts. Yeah. So let's go back to the code and let me close this. And now we're going to use AI to generate the title. So we're going to say if not session, sorry, if not session dot title. So we don't want to generate the title again after we've done it. So we're going to say if not title, then we're going to generate the title. So we're going to say constant title is equals to await. So we're going to create this method await generate session title. We are going to pass in the user prompt. That is the last message. So now if we get the title, we're going to say update updated session, and we say find session.id title. So just update the title. This is fine like this, and then we can just set, so we're not here, we can set session session. Okay, we can see session the title is equals to update the title, or we can just do session is equals to update the session like this. Or let's just use only the title instead. It's better. So I'll say title, and let's just remove this. I'll just add in we're going to just say on title section. So I'm just going to leave it like this. Let's just go ahead and so I'm just going to set this. Okay, let's add in on title section. Yeah. And this is either string or no. So this is showing an error. Okay, the error has stopped. So let's go ahead and create this method now. So let's copy this and let's create it here. I'll say constant. So I'm going to say try catch here. And then we're going to import, we're going to say constant result is equals to await generate text. And we're going to pass in the model, the system, and the prompt. So I'm just going to pass this here. So I'm going to add in the model, and I'm going to use Google/Gemini 2.5 flash lights. So I'm going to save this. And now we have this. So I'm going to return the results. I'm going to return results.text stream. And we can just say on title session. So this is fine. Then here we're just going to return on title session. So the reason why adding this the model like this, so you will need to provide the AI gateway, that's AI visual gateway. So I'll go to the browser and we can let's go to AI let's say AI gateway. And we can click here, click on this AI gateway. So to use AI gateway, you will need to buy credits. So if you don't want to buy credits, don't use, you can use Open Router. You can just come over to AI SDK and you can find Open Router here. So let me just search for Open Router. You can see Open Router. And if I click on this now, you can see how to use it. So you just install Open Router AI SDK provider. And then you can just create a file like inside the lib folder and just add it to your API key. Then you can just use this let's see, with the generate text. So you can just do open water chat, then you can add in the Google 2.5 flashlight there. So I'm going to be using AI gateway. So I already have, let me see, AI gateway. So yes, I can go into my VC account and I can create an API. So let me wait for this to load. So we can just come over. So I've logged into my account. Then we can just click on create API key, and then you can create the API key. So I'm going to have already created the API key already. I'm going to use it inside. So I'm just showing you how you can do it, or you can go ahead and use Open Router. So let's go back to the code and let's go into, so we're going to collapse this. So we are done with the generate title, session title. So now the next thing we are going to do is to generate the branch name. So this is showing an error here. So let me just on title session. We can just add in prompt. So what I can do, I'll just remove this. And I'm just going to say null. And then I'm going to come over here, just say null. And then I will just return. So I'll just say if not, I'm just going to return on title session. So the error should stop. Now let's go ahead and let's say let's branch name. So we are going to set branch name is equals to, it's going to be of type string for now, and it's going to be equals to session. So session dot branch name. So we are going to say if not branch name, then we're going to say branch name is equals to let's say await generate branch name. We're going to pass in the user prompt, and I'll just say await session find, and we can just say session underscore ID. We pass in the branch name, and then we set session branch name is equals to branch name, like this. So let's go ahead and create this method here. So I'll come up here and I'm going to say constant, and then I'll just go ahead and copy this. Where we have the branch name, so I'm just going to paste it here, and I'll come here, and I'm going to generate unique ID here. So let's say mass random and to string 36 slice to 8. So I'm just going to say if not prompt, I'll just say, let's do like this. So I'm going to change this to base 64 slash I'll just say changes. Then I'm going to update this. I'm going to update the system and prompt here. So let me paste it. So now we're going to, then I'm just going to remove this return. I'm going to say constant. So we're going to get the suffix of the return results.text trim. So instead of trim, I'll just say dot replace like this. Let's update this and set let's set this to substring to 30 or changes. So instead of user prompt, I'm going to change this to prompt. So we can set all to all changes here, and then we can just return this, and there we just return base 64 and changes unique ID. And let's save this. So now we can use this now. So let's go. So we are done with this check. We are done with the branch now. Now we're going to save the user message into the DB. So I'm going to say await create message. So I'll create a message service. and we're going to pass in session dot underscore id to string, and I'm going to remove this. So I'm going to add in an object. I'll set id as last message id, which is going to, if there's no id, I'll just use generate id, which is going to come from AI. From AI, you can see we can pass it here. So let me import it. So let's import it from the AI package, and then we're going to pass the row. I'll say row last message row and the path. So now we have this. Let's go into the message service and let's create it. So I'll go into message service, and then we can say export constant, and we can pass in so let me change this like this, and there I'll just import UI message from AI. And there we can just say if not, I'll just do this, if not session ID through an error, and let's import I think I made a mistake here. It's your message model. So we are done with this now. So we can import it. So we're going to retrieve the messages as a constant messages, and this is going to be equals to await, and inside the message service, we're going to say get message service, and I'm going to just return this here, pass this here, and we're going to pass in the session ID. So now I'll just change this to DB messages. So now we're going to say constant history, let's say history messages, and we're going to sanitize the UI messages. So I'm going to go into the service, and we're going to also sanitize this too. So I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to create the method. So you can copy it from the GitHub. So I'm just going to paste it here. So just copy this and sanitize your message. I'm going to collapse this here. So I'll come over to where we have the messages, and this is sorting by ascending order, and then we can just say we can map the messages. So just say constant, I'll say UI messages. Let's add in UI messages. Sorry. I'll say equals to sanitize messages, and then I can just say dot map, and then we can just return ID, we can return the row, and we can return the path, and then we can close this. And then let's just say message is equals to UI message. So I think the error should stop. So now we can use this now inside. Okay. So since we've already sanitized, so we can just go into the service, and there's no need to sanitize. So we can just say DB message. This is fine. So you can either slice it if you want. You can slice. You can limit it to, let's say 10. Let's say -10, which will be set to the AI. So I'm just going to leave it for now like this. So now we're going to then go ahead and start working on the stream. So I'm going to say constant UI stream. So we're going to be creating a custom stream. So we're going to be using create UI message stream, and there we're going to pass an object. So I'm going to first of all I will say generated ID, and we're going to pass in generate ID here. So make sure we've imported create. So let me import it. So copy this create UI, let's import it. And now we're going to just pass in original messages. We'll pass in the history. Now we are going to say, so we're going to say if this is finished, we're going to save the messages from the AI. So I'm going to use messages here. Message. So we're going to come back to it. So let's implement the stream. So the next thing we're going to add here is the execute. So now inside the execute here, we are going to set this. Sorry, this should be like this. Async. And we are going to get writer. So with the writer, we can use this to send custom event. So let me add an array here. So we can see this in the documentation. So if you search for custom data, if I click on the streaming custom data, now if I scroll down now, you can see the UI message. You can add in your own custom UI messages. So if I scroll down, you can see that we use create UI message stream, and you can see the writer which I showed you. So you can see send initial status, and this, if you add this, is not going to be added to the message list. But if you do not add it, this is going to be like this. It's going to be added to the message list. So we are going to implement one like this, and we're going to have some message. We're going to, most of the custom message we're going to create, we will add this. But if you don't want to, if you want to add it to the chat history, then there's no need to add it. Just set it to false. So we're going to have writer.write the type, then data, and we'll pass in any of the information you want to add here. And then once we are done, we can see the stream. Then we can come over here and do writer.merge result.to UI message stream. So this is going to merge all the custom messages inside together with the results here. So it's going to compile them, and we're going to then create UI message stream response, and we're going to pass in the UI stream here. So that is what we are going to do. So let's go ahead and implement it. So we're going to be using it for to send title, the session title, to the client side. Like here, they're using it to send notification to the client side. So this is not going to be added to the message because of this. So let's go to the code, and now we are going to emit the session title like I mentioned. So we're going to say writer dot write, and we're going to say type. So we're going to call this data session title, and we're going to pass in the data, and this is going to be title session dot title, and we are going to then add, set this to true. So I think error should stop now. So now we have this. So I'll just say emit session title. So now we are going to say writer dot write, and I'm going to we can send in the repository, the branch, and also let's say the repository name. So I'm going to say type, I'll call it data repo info. I'll say data repo name, then we can pass in the branch name, So we have, I'll just set this to branch like this, and we can set it, we can pass in the repo URL. So we have, and then we can pass this in. So the error should stop. Yeah. So now we have this. Now we are going to create a method which we are going to use to handle the cloning of the repository, and then seeding into the branch which we generated. So I'm just going to call this await. I'll just say ensure. Let's call this ensure session workspace ready. Let's say ready. And then we're going to pass in section box, branch name, repo name. So repo session.repo name, and the default branch session.default branch. So let's go ahead and create this method. So I can create it here. Constant ensure, so passing the session, the branch name, the repo, and the default branch. So I'm going to change this session any. I'm going to just replace this with this. So let's import session document and the box. So I'm going to import all of these above here. So let's come over here and let's say session document, so session dot model. So I'm just going to use at Upstash, also SandBox box, and I'm going to set type here. So let's come down. Yeah. So now we're going to say if not session dot repo URL, then we're just going to throw bad request session repo URL. Then we're going to say, so the next thing we're going to do, we're going to check if we've already cloned the repository. So to check, we're going to say constant repo exists. So say exist is going to be equals to, we're going to run a command here. We're going to say box execute. I'll say that command text, and we say -d, and we're going to pass in the repo name. I'll say /git. So when we clone the repository, so the name is going to be the folder. So that's the reason. So once we have this now, we can say if repo exists dot instead of code, let's use exists. Exists code is not equals to 0, then we can just say await box dot git dot clone, and we're going to pass in, let me remove this, pass in the repo, which is going to be session the repo URL, and then branch is going to be the default branch. So now we're going to then cd into it. So say await box dot cd repo name, So I'm just going to say if branch name and not session dot repo initialize at, then we can just say, so let me use try here. We can use git and box.git checkout to branch, and I'm just going to remove this to branch name. Then I'll just say, so if this is going to give us an error, we can just use the command. I'll say box.git.execute, and let's just say object act, sorry, and we can do checkout b and branch name. So now I'm just going to say if not initialize at, we just update this, and we can just say session like this. So now we are done with this. So now we know that we've cloned the repository and we've navigated the user, the AI, we've navigated into this repository. So session the repository name. So this is try an error. So I don't know why it's showing an error here. So let me scroll back. It says session, no, it's not a type string. So let me just say constant repo name is equals to so even the default branch too. So default branch session the default branch. So I don't know why this is showing error. So but if this is working out. So now we can go ahead and let me see if this error is going to show again. So I think I did a check. So I think this is because of the TypeScript error. So let me go into the model and let me fix it. So I'll go into model and let me remove. So this must have, we must have this. And I think the repository URL is important and the box ID. So we can see required default branch. I'm going to set this to required too. And repository name is required. Then box ID too is required. So I think the error should stop now. So let's go into the session service. Now we can see the error has stopped. So I can remove this default branch. So now we have this. Now we can go ahead and let's go ahead and create the prompt, system prompt. So I'm going to just, let me do that inside here. So I'll just create a folder of say AI, and then we can say prompt.txt, and we can also create a file. So we're going to create tools too. You can call it tools.txt here. So I'm going to paste in the prompt. So I'll paste it here, and this is the prompt here. So we can see get code system prompt, and we have the identity of the environment. We pass in the repository name, and we tell you the tools we have. So we're going to go ahead and create all these tools: list, read, write, edit, script, git status, commit, and then git push with web search. And this is just some front-end style. And then we have this. So look at the workflow. Then we say first check whether this is in your brand new repo and existing project. If the project repo look empty, only has a sort of file, so skip the package JSON reading. So if it has like contents inside the repo, it's going to first follow the packet of JSON, and then it's going to follow align with what already exists. But if it's a new repo, it's going to go ahead and start from scratch. So you can see coding rule, and then some important, and the above one here is just the URL rules. So I'm going to save this, copy this, get code system prompt, and let's go into this session service, and then we can just say constant system prompt. I'll just paste this here, and I'm going to pass in the session.repo name, and let's import this. So I'm going to go ahead and say constant result is equals to stream. So let's import stream text, and then I'm going to set the model. So I'm going to be using Anthropic, and I'll just pick, let's pick this one, or let me go with Sonic 4.5, and then we're going to pass in system, and this is going to be system. So system underscore prompt, and let's import this. Then we're going to pass in the messages. So we can't pass in UI message, so we need to convert this into a model message, so we can do it here. So I'll just say await, or let me do it at the top here. Constant model messages is going to be equals to, so let's say await converts. So let's import this convert to model message, and then we can pass in the history messages. So I'm just going to, instead of history, I'm going to use DB here. We can use DB to pass all the original message, and for the history message, we can just say slice -10. I'll just cut this out, or let's leave it here. So you can move this to the top if you want. So I'm just going to pass this here, and I'm going to pass this here. So now we need to go ahead and create the tools. So before I do that, let's pass in provider options. So I want to enable thinking for Anthropic. So I'll say Anthropic then I'm going to set thinking, type enabled, and budget token. Then we're going to then pass in step count. So the number of steps the AI can, so I'll say stop when, and we're going to import step count. So since the AI can call multiple tools like list, read, and grip batch 2, so I'm going to give this 20 and step count. So the maximum is going to be 20. It can call the tools at once. So I say it's going over and over different tools. So the maximum is 20. You can reduce it to 10, but I'll leave it at 20. Then let's pass in the abort signal here. Abort signal. And this is going to be Let's see what did I pass here. Signal. So let me change this to about signal. So copy this and then pass it here. So we're going to go ahead and add the tools. So I can add tools here. For now, I'm just going to leave it empty. So we're going to go ahead and create the tools. But before we go ahead and create the tools, let's complete this. So I'm going to then use writer dot merge, and we're going to say result dot to UI stream. So I'm going to wrap this inside try catcher. So let me say try and then let me just drag this. So come here and I'm just going to say catch like this. Then we can just do writer dot so I'm not going to do that, just to console dot log error here. And or you can skip adding this catch here since the AI SDK has the on error. So I'm just going to say on error. I'll pass in error. And then we can just return. We can just return as a console dot log error. Stream error like this. So then lastly, we are going to pipe the UI message to stream to response. So I'm going to pass this here. And let's import it. So this is showing an error. So let me see. This is correct. Okay, so I made a mistake. This is supposed to return a string. So I'm just going to say a stream error. Error.message. And I think the error should stop. You can see it return only string. So now we can go ahead and work on the tools. So I'm going to open this and then where we have the tools. So I found there's an error here. So I'm just going to remove, let's just remove this stream error. So let's come over here and let's define the tools. So I'll say constant tools is going to be equals to coding. So coding tools. And this is going to take we're going to pass in the box. We're going to pass in the repo URL. So I'll say session dot repo URL. And we're going to pass in the repo name and the branch name, the session dot log ID, and then we're going to pass in writer. So I'm just going to say constant active tools is going to be equals to, so we're going to pass in web search tool. So I'm just going to comment this out. So we're going to add that later, but let's create the tools And then we can then copy active tools and then let's pass it here. So let's go ahead and create the code in tools. So I'm going to the AI tools. So let's change this to folder. So say tools, and then inside there we can then move this inside. Then we can change this to I wanted to separate it. So let's change this to GitHub. Let's say GitHub 2. GitHub 2. This is fine. We can just leave it as GitHub 2. And then let's say export constant coding and tools is equals to, let's return this. So I'm just going to pass in this here. So let's import type box from Upstash as Upstash box. So now we're going to then return an object. So the first thing we're going to have is a list 2. So let's import 2 from AI package. And then the first thing we're going to have in the 2, we're going to have the description. So description, we are going to have the input schema. So input schema, we're going to be using sort. So let's import sort. Yeah. So let's say sort.objects. So for the list 2, the AI is going to pass in. It's going to pass in the path. And this is going to be sort.string. And this is going to be default. I'm going to set the default to dot. And then we can describe this, let's say path relative to the repo root. So we can give this we can say eg src/component and use dot for the root. So I'm going to pass in the description, and you can see this file directory as a given path relative to the current repository root. Use dot for the root or src/components for subfolders. So we are going to have this now, and then I think here we're going to have execute, and we say async, and then we can get the path, and there so we can just return this, and we can say constant files is equals to await box.files dot list paths, and then we can return this. We say return success true paths, and then the files. So the next tool we are going to create is a group tool. So I'm going to paste this in. So let me format this. So let me remove this. So for the group tool, we are going to define description. So search for text across file in the repository, and the input is query and path. Then we're going to use box.execute, and then we can group files. And then we're going to split the result and then return this. So I'm going to paste this method at the top here. So I've pasted it. We're going to split lines and escape shell. So we've passed it here. So you can just copy this from the GitHub. So the next tool we're going to have is the read tool. And I'm going to paste it here. So I'll just replace it with it. So let me remove this. So we have the description, read the full content of a file. So we're going to pass in the path, and then we can say content is equals to await box files.read path. Then we can count the lines, the line split line, content length, we pass in the path, the content, and the line count. So we have the read to now. So let me just add read to. So we're going to have the write to, yeah. So I'll say write to, and I'm going to paste it here too. And we can see a description, create a new file with given content, the input schema, the part related to the repo, the repository, and then we have the content. And we're going to use box.file.write part and content. Then we split it to get the number of lines. Then we are going to have the edit to. Yeah. So I'm going to pass it. So the editor is going to also return the div. So we're going to use the command git command to get the div. So we can see edit to edit so the difference, the description overwrite an existing file with new content. The input, we're going to pass in the path and the content. So we have the path content, and we're going to use box.file.write path and then the content. Then we're going to also get the div and differences. So this is going to, we're going to return the difference so users can see. So we're going to say patch is equals to difference and the div results.output trim. And then we want to also get the addition and deletion from the patch we pass from the div to result. So I'm going to add the method there. So we can see it there. So we're going to have the addition, deletion, and deletion. Then we're going to, for constant split, we're going to split lines. And then we're going to say line that starts with plus plus or lines that start with minus and continue. Then we're going to start with anyone that starts with plus, we are going to add this. Anyone that starts with minus, then we're going to add the deletion variable there. So now we have this, sorry, the edit to. So I think the next one we're going to have is the batch to. So I'm going to paste. So I'm going to pass this here, and the batch to is going to return. So it's going to run shell command in the repository like npm build test delete. So it's going to, the agent is going to pass in the command, and then we can then pass in the command here. It's a box.execute command. Then lines, we can split lines, and the results is we're going to get a result. Then we're just going to return the output line and the SS code. So this is for the batch tool. Now we're going to have the git status too. So I'll say git status 2. So I'm going to pass it here. So for the git status 2, we have the description. So run git status to get the current change or status file in the repository. And this is not going to take in any input. So it's just to run to just retrieve the status when you want to retrieve the status. Then this is just very simple. Let me change this. And now this one is kind of long. So it's just to commit changes. So commit to, and we can just have it here, commit to. So I'm just going to paste it now. So I'll just replace it with this, and let me remove this. So this is just to state changes and create a commit. Use a short conventional commit subject only, and you can see your message, and I've given it an example here in future, add new feature. So I just say short commit message. Now we can just say clean the message to remove any leading bullet or extra white space. So this is just to clean the message. Then we're going to also get the div. So we want to use to get the addition and deletion, the differences, the add and the deleted files. Then we are going to have the result. So we're going to commit now with the message using box.git.commit, and then we're going to return all of the results here, and including the time, addition, deletion, and then the branch name. Let me see. I think I passed the branch here at top here. So this is it. So now we have the commit. I think the last one is going to be PR. Yes, no, push. Sorry, we're going to have the push commit. I'm not going to add in PR. So PR, we're going to handle PR by ourselves. So I'm going to paste it here. So for the git push, you see description, push committed changes to the remote branch, and we're not going to pass in any input. There's no input schema. So we're going to say if not branch, we're going to just throw an error. Instead of showing an error, we can just return. Let's return a message. Yeah, let's say return branch not not passed. Something like this. Then we can say box.git.push to the branch. Then we can just say repository without git. So we're going to say repository. We're going to remove the git from the repository URL. Then repo with branch. So we're going to say if repo without git. Then we are trying to implement. We're trying to structure the path to the repo. So once we push any changes, we are going to return the URL. So the user can click on the URL to the GitHub to see the changes, to see the push. Just take the user to the repository with the branch name there. So we're going to also have the commit result. You can see box.get execute, and then we're going to also get in the commit title, and why this is showing error. So this is either commit. Sorry. Okay, so I need to remove the results. There's no results, only output. So we're just going to trim it, and then we're going to say update all updates with the repository name. Then we're going to say PR body creates a pull request for the branch in this. And so the reason why we're having this right here is because I need to notify the front end. So in the front end, we're going to have a button where the user is going to click to create PR. So we need to notify the client side that the AI has called the tool to push, has pushed changes. So this is going to help us we're going to just add it to the data to the state, and then we're going to enable the button, and then we can send the stock ID, the branch, the body, that's the PR body, to the backend. We're going to create an endpoint for that, which is going to then pull requests. So this is just to send notify the clients, and you can see the body here is a create a pull request for branch in the repository name. So we just pass the body here, and then we have the title. We pass in the commit title, and then the branch and branch name. Then we can see we return these two. We return the compare URL. So the compare URL now is repo with branch. So this is the full URL. So the URL to the GitHub is going to be returned by the AI, and then we have the timestamp here. So now we have the git push with the repo, and then we are also notifying the client side that the AI has called the push to the git push to. So we're going to make the PR button enable. So if you want to add in want to enable AI to create PR, so I'm just going to add it to for you. So but I'm going to disable, I'm going to comment it out. So since we're handling it on the client side, so the front end, the user is going to be able to create PR by itself. So we can skip that for the AI. but I'm just going to add in the two. So if you want to, if you prefer to enable AI to create PR, so I'm just going to say create PR. Then I'm going to pass in the two here. So description, open a pull request on GitHub, only call this if the user asks. So this is the case user asks, then we're going to have the title, body, and then the base. So we need to also pass in. So I don't think we need to add in the base here. So what we can do is we can pass in the default branch here. So you can just say default branch. Default branch. Sorry. And if you pass in a default branch, then you can just come back to this. I'll just remove the base and I remove this. So we say if not branch name, I'll just return this as a branch not passed. And for the default branch, we can just pass, we can just say constant, sorry. We can pass the title, body, and then you can just say default branch here. Then for the base, we can pass this. So let me check this. Okay, I think I need to say base here. Default branch. So this is how you're going to do it. So I'm going to just comment it out. I will comment these two out. This default branch. So now we have the tools now. So we can go ahead and import it. So I'm going to import code in tools. And it's here you can pass in the default branch if you can just pass in the default branch here. So if you want to, so let's go ahead and add the web tool. So we're going to search for AI SDK web search, and then we're going to click on this web search agent, and then you can scroll down. So we can use a web search from the models. Like we have different ways to get websites, to get the webs to use get websites too. So I'm going to be using this. So I'm going to have to install this package, and then once you install it, you can just pass it like this. Very simple. So let's go ahead and open this. We can get the API key from Ezra dashboard. Or in order to see this, just click. In order to see this the tools properly, so I'm just going to come over here, click on tools registry, and then we can just click on Ezra, and then we can see how we can see the env we're going to add and the package. So I'm going to click on npm and I'm going to install this package, and let's just go and add this to the env. So go to the code editor, and then let's go into the backend. I'm going to paste this here. Then I'm going to let me add this here, and let's install it. So 2.0.1, and this is going to install this. So while this is installing, we can go to the dashboard. So we can just search for, okay, click on get API key, and this will open the website. So let me wait for this to load. So this is going to open this website. We can see the website. So make sure to sign in. So I've already signed into my account already. So you can click here, and again, I need to log in again. So let me wait for this to load. So let me quickly log into my account. And once you log into the app, we can copy the API key. So we can click view more, and you can create an API key. So let me create an API key. So I'm going to say base 64 and click on create key, and I can copy this key. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go back to the code, And in the code, we're going to add in exa API key, and we're going to pass this here. So once we have this, we can go back to the session service. And let's scroll up to the top, and we can import it. So I'm going to import it here. I'll paste it here. So I'm going to import website from this package, and we can copy website. Let's scroll down to where we have the here. So we can just pass web search. So I'm going to name it web_search, and then we can pass in the website, then call it like this. And now we can see that with the active tool we passed into the tools, and I think everything is fine. I think we are done with this. So let's go into the controller. So I'll go to, let me close this, and inside the controller we can go to session controller, and let's import the service. So I think we are done with the search session chat controller, get session by ID and slug ID controller, and then get user sessions. So the last endpoint we're going to create is the endpoint, like I mentioned previously, inside the GitHub tool. So I'm going to scroll down to where we have the push to the GitHub push to. So I mentioned that once the AI call this tool, it's going to push the changes, push to this branch, and then we're going to try to remove the git from the repo URL, that is the clone URL, and we're going to construct the GitHub URL. So once the user, once the AI call this tool, we can have the link display on the client side, and the user can click it and go to the GitHub. Then we also have the commit. We're just going to just get a title for it, and we can even ask the AI to even generate the commit title, or we can just leave it like this. And then what we're going to do, we're going to then we're going to send a custom event to the client side. So this is going to notify the client side that the AI has made a push, and we're going to enable a button, which if the user click, is going to call an endpoint to create a pull request. So that's the endpoint we're going to create now. So the client is going to be sending us slug ID, I think the title and the body, and then we are going to call the endpoint, then use this box, the Upstash box, and we're going to create a pull request. So let's go ahead and create that endpoint. So I will go back, let's go into session controller, and we can create the endpoint here. So I'll collapse this. So we can call this export constant create as a session create pull request, or let's call it create pull request. So let me leave it like this, create pull request, and we can say async handler, async, and let's pass in request here, type request response, and let's return this. So we're going to get the user ID. So say constant user ID is going to be equal to request dot user dot underscore ID, and we're going to get the slug ID. So we're going to get slug ID from the params, and then we can also create a validator to get the slug, and we need to also get the body and the title and the body. So say title body is going to be equals to, so let's quickly go and create the validator. So I'll go into validator folder and go into, okay, I think it's session, yeah. And there we also have this log ID, so we can use this for this log ID and pass in the request param. So let's add it. So I'll paste it here. So this is going to be title, optional, and body, and then we can use it. So I'll just copy create pull request schema, and I'll go into the controller, session controller, and we can pass this here and say that pairs, and then we can pass in the request.body. So we can also do the same thing for the search param. So I'll just go to validator, we can copy this, So this is compulsory. The user need to pass in this log ID. So let me save this first, and then we can pass this here. So instead of, so I'll just pass like, and I'm going to say dot yes and pass in the query param. So let's import both of them. So I think I've used this before. So let me import create pull request schema. So now we're going to create a service. So say constant data is equals to await session. So let me just change this to create pull request service. And I'm going to just change this to create pull request controller. And then we're going to pass in the user ID, stock ID, title, and then body. And we're just going to return response dot status http status dot ok, and we're going to say dot json, and let's just return data. Yeah, so we can just say object data, and you can add a message if you want. So let's quickly go ahead and create this create the pull request service. So I'll go into session service, and I'm going to collapse this. So let me remove this constants. So let's go collapse this, and then we can just say export constant create pull request service async, and then so we can have user ID which is of type string, stock ID which is of type string. So I think I made a mistake. It should be like this. And then we're going to have I think title and body. So I think this is, let me just add string here. Type string. Yeah, this is fine. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to first of all get the session using the slug ID and the user ID. So we're going to say constant session is equals to await session model dot find one. I will pass in the user ID and the slug ID. Then we're going to say if not session, then we can throw, let's say new not found exception. It's a session not found. And we're going to also check if not session dot box ID, and then we can throw new bad requests exception. We say session or we can just say sandbox not available. And then we're going to also check if not repo name, then sorry, if not session dot repo name, So we can just throw new bad request exception. We say repository are not available. And lastly, if not branch name. So I think this is going to be compulsory. We might not need a check for both repo and the branch name because we've added in a database that it must exist. So I'm just going to just add it for. So let me just add it here. I'll just say branch. So let me add session here. So now the next thing we are going to do is to retrieve the box. We are going to say constant box for the sandbox is equals to await, and let's say get box, and we're going to pass in session dot box id. And then we need to cd into the branch, so into the repository. We're going to say box dot cd, and we're going to say session dot repo name. And then we can do try catch here, and we're going to say await box dot git, sorry, dot checkout. We are going to check out to the branch checkout branch session the session dot branch name. And if this is going to give us any error, we can just use await box dot git dot execute ask, and we can just use checkout session dot branch name. So let me confirm it's the same thing I have here inside the ensure. Okay, I added b here, so let me copy this, just add it here. So now we have this. Now we can create a pull request. We can say constant pr is equals to await box dot git dot create pr, and we can give this title, which is going to be title, and we can just say, or we can construct a title update session dot repo name, and we can give this a body, or I'll just say create a pull request session dot repo name. So we can, okay, let's also add session here. So the title and the body, you can ask the AI to pass it here in the input schema. The AI can pass in the commit, can pass in the commit title, and also we can ask it to add in the PR body. So this is, if you want, you can ask it to add it, but we just leave it for now. So instead of getting the result, instead of getting the commit result, we can just use, we can pass in the input schema. So the AI is going to give us the commit title and also the body if you want. So I'm just going to leave it like this, and then I'm going to go back to the service and let's return this. So we need to pass in the base. So we forgot this is the default branch. So it's session dot default branch. and then let's return the URL. So pl.url. So I think on the client, on the controller side, we return data. So let's import this. So there's an error here. So let's go into the service and let me add option here and here. So I think this should stop the error. Let me check. Yeah, the error has stopped. So guys, let's go ahead and test this the backend. So let's go into HTTPS and let me create a session.http. Before we do this, let's go into the service, the source directory. We forgot to create a route. So let's go into route. Let's create session.route.tx. And I'll just copy this. I'll come into session route and I'll paste this here. I'll change this to session route. So here we're going to say all. So this is going to fetch all the session. So let me come inside there and we can just copy get user session and let's go into the route. So let me scroll to, or let me just go into session route like this, and I'm going to import this. I remove this, I'll pass this here. I'll change this to session controller. So we need to also pass in, let me remove this, go back. I'll just duplicate the first one. And instead of all, we're going to say to get a single, um, what do they call it? A single session, sorry. I'll say slug ID, and I can go into the controller again and I can copy this get single, and I'm going to just replace this here. I will import it too. So we can also get the PL, so I'll say slug ID / PL. So I can go into the let me remove this. I think it's create okay, create pull request controller. So I'll move this up here. And lastly, we're going to change this to post. And this is going to be chat. And this is going to be session chat controller. And let me change this to, and now we can go into the index of CX, sorry. And let's say router dot use / session. And we can pass in session route here, and let's import session route. So import session route from session.route. So I think everything is fine. So let me try and see if we can test this with HTTP. So I'm going to clear write these the endpoints here. So I've already have written the endpoint. So there's some mistake we made inside the route. So remember the inside session route. This should be post, not get. The PL should be post, not get. Then inside the session controller, we didn't return this, so I need to remove this, and I'm going to say return await session chat service. We can remove the await here. So let me just leave it there. So inside the service, session service, let me see. We have async here. Okay, this is fine. So let's go ahead and test it. So what we're going to do first is to, let me go into the HTTP session, the HTTP. So the first endpoint we're going to test is this localhost API session chat. So I need to get a snug ID. So I'm just going to generate a snug ID. I'll just pick this one I have here. I'll just pass it here. So I need to select a repo URL and a snug ID. So I'll go into GitHub. So I can just, let me clear all of this. So there is clear. And then inside session. So let's go into Git HTTP. And I'm going to just click on send. So I want to retrieve all the repository. Let me check my server. Okay, my server is not running. So the npm run dev. So the server is running now. And let me try again. Click on get repository. So it's a GitHub account not found. Okay, yeah, it's true. Remember, I disconnected my account. So let me try and connect again. So I'm going to click on send. And then let me copy this. And I'm going to quickly connect my account. And I've already connected my account and we can see all the repos. So I'm going to pick this one. Let me pick, we can see the repo URL here, the clone URL. So I'll copy this and I'll click on this. Then click on session. Then I'm going to pass this here. Then we need to get the default branch. The default branch here, you can see the default branch here is this. So this is an example of, let me pick the one that I worked on this branch. This branch was used when I was creating this project. That's where you can see default branch is base 44. So we can just pick a different branch. So let me pick this one. This one will have a sample. I'll just use this one that has main. Then sorry, let me paste it here. So I'm just going to type in main and this is it. So let me say list the or send this message. So make sure you've added the AI SDK key. So let me click on it. So I've added the AI Gateway API key. So I'm going to delete this API key once I'm done with the video. So let me cancel this. And I'm going to click on send. So let's see, hopefully this work. So let me click on send there. So internal server error. So let me see. So let's go ahead and check why this through an internal server error. So I'm going to the service and I'm going to go into the error middleware first. Let's go into the error handler, and let's pass in error here. So we can see the error, say error, so error dot message, and save this. Now let's go back to the HTTP session and let's click on save now. So I'm going to click on this. And now we can see the error, session validation for your site. Okay, yeah. So I think the problem is coming from the model. So in the model, session model, we set box ID, I think box ID required. And if we go back to the session service, so if I go scroll to where we create or get session, notice that we create the model first before we attach the session. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this to the top and I'm just going to remove this. I'm going to just pass in box ID and this is going to be box.id. Hopefully this should fix it. This will fix the issue. So I'm going to also change this to, let's call it as repo, but this must be affordable. So let's just try it again. So make sure the server is running. So let me check my server is running and let me wait for, okay, database is connected. So let me go back again into the session of HTTP and let me click on send. Now I'm going to click on send. Okay, no export main defined in this part. So we are having issue with the box now. So I'm going to just go no export main. So let's go to where we have the sandbox. So that should be inside the lib folder, inside sandbox. So the problem is coming from Upstash. So like I said earlier, Upstash is using ESM, and in our TS config, we're using CommonJS, and this is going to give us more issues. So I think I found a trick on how we are going to handle this so that TypeScript does not complain. So I'm going to update this, and I'm going to use this like this. I'll just change this to load box, and hopefully this should work. So I'm going to just I'm going to save this now and make sure my server is running. So let's wait for it. So the server is running. Now I'm just going to try it again. So I'll go to session types, session HTTP, and I'm going to click on send. Hopefully, let's see. So this might take some time, but let's wait for it. And now we can see the results now. We can see the type, we can see the title was generated, list file session, this file session, and then we can see the repo data. We can see the repo name, the repo URL, and then the branch name. So the branch name that was generated, list file, and the unique ID. Then we can see the first type that was sent by the AI. So if we look at this is reasoning data, and this is the tool code. You can see the tool code that was called was list. This is the input data, the path was dot, and the input data delta. Then the two inputs are available. We can see two name lists, path provider. This is Anthropic, and then two output. This is where the output is. We can see file readme, workspace, home base, demo base for example, readme.md. So basically it is working. So this only readme that is already is inside the file, so inside the repository, and we can see it done. So if we go to the browser and confirm this, if I go to the repository, this repository, we can see only readme, and you can see what is inside the readme. So guys, this is working fine. So before we go ahead and start working on the client, I noticed we something we didn't implement. So if you go to the session service, we have the unfinished messages, where the messages, all these messages the AI is going to return is supposed to save, and we need to create this inside the message service. So I'll go into message service, and this is it here, message.service, and I'm going to paste in the service here. So basically this is just to obsert the messages. So we're going to pass in session ID and the messages, and we are going to say if not session ID, just throw this, and we're going to check if the array, if the message is an array. If not, we train an empty, we just return an empty array. Then we're going to sanitize the message. We're going to use this method we have here, and then we're going to loop through the messages. We're going to loop through it. So we're going to say sanitize messages, and then we are going to say constant message ID. So we're going to get the ID, or we're going to generate one from AI. So just import it from AI, and then we're going to call message model dot find one and update, pass in the session ID, the message ID, and then the session ID. There we're going to set this the row and the path. Then we're going to offset new true, and then we're going to return the messages. So I'm just going to copy the offset session message service, and then we can pass it here. We can just say await, pass this here, and make sure you import it. So I'll pass in session ID, session dot underscore ID, and then we can pass in messages here. So TypeScript, so I'm just going to do dot to string. So I see if the error will stop, and the error should stop. Okay, so that is it. So now you can go ahead and start working on the client side. In this chapter, we're going to start working on the client side. So in command code, I have the test for clients, which can be used, we can use it to scaffold a React app. So I'm going to use it to create a folder structure, but I'm going to just try and install it myself first to show you how to install the Adfit Tailwind CSS Shadcn UI and the React router. Then I'm going to use command code, which also know how to install it. You can see it knows how to install it and add Tailwind CSS and Shadcn UI, and also add a page structure. So I might use it for the page structure. Then I'm going to install. So let's just go to Fit and let's install it by ourselves. So the first thing we're going to do is to copy nps create fit the test. So I'll copy this and let's head back to the code. And then inside the client, I'm going to open a terminal and I'm going to go into a new, so I'm going to clear this. And then I'm going to cd into client. And then I'm going to clear the terminal. Then I'm going to paste this here and click enter. So this is going to create a new Vite app, and let's just give it dot here and ignore files and continue. Let's pick React, CLCM TypeScript, and just click on yes. And this is going to scaffold the project, and you can see that it has created a folder structure. So we can go to the browser now and let's go and copy the CSS. So we can close this out now. Let's go to the CSS and go to documentation. Just click on this button and it should take you here. You can see Vite. So we need to install this. So we can copy this and let's go back to the code and let's wait for Vite to install. Then we're going to then install Tailwind CSS Vite. Or while this is installing, let's go and pull the client from command code. So I'll go to command code client and let me copy this cmd, and this is going to be cmd test pull my username and the client slash client. So I'll go back to the code and I'm going to open a new tab. And since command code is already inside this main directory, so I'm going to add it here. So I'll paste it now. It's going to pull this test, and then oh sorry, I think command code pull client. So let me try it again. So something is wrong. So let me try and use npx and see. Oh, there's no problem. We can use this to pull this. I'll just paste it here inside. I'll paste it inside there. So let me remove all of this and click on enter. So you should know I should add the, you should pull this text inside the directory. Let's see. Because why this is when I think this the client side has already installed, so we can just cancel the server and let's go to the browser, and then let's go to the CSS and copy this again. Let's go back to the code and let me paste this here, and this should install. While this is installing, let's go back to the browser and let's go ahead and copy this. So we're going to add in Tailwind CSS here. So I'll copy this and then we're going to add Tailwind CSS. Yeah, so let's go back and then let's go into vite.ts and then let's add it here. Then let's add Tailwind CSS here. And then inside the index.txt, inside index.css. So I'm going to remove this app CSS. And then let's go into index.css. I'm going to remove all of this. And then we can import Tailwind CSS here. So now let's add Shadcn UI. So we can go back to the browser and we can remove Tailwind CSS now. And let's go to doc. Let's click on, okay, first we need to initialize this. So I'll click on and copy this, or we can click on Vite here. So we can also copy this again. MPS Shadcn UI latest in it. So go back to the code and let me open my terminal. Let me clear this and I'm going to paste it now and click on enter. So remember this is under the client directory. So let's wait for it. So I'm using Shadcn UI 4.8.0 and this is going to add Shadcn UI into the project. So let's wait. So we're going to pick Redux, pick the first one. And we can see it says CSS v4. Okay, we need to add in the TS.json. So let's go back to the browser and let's scroll down. You should see how to add it. So scroll down to the bottom. Okay, after install, we add this. Now you can see we need to go to ts config JSON and then ts config app JSON. So let's copy this and let's go back to the code. And I'm going to ts config first. I wanted to add it here. So let's go to the browser. So let's scroll down now. So ts config app JSON. I'll copy it. And let me go to the code and ts config app JSON. So I'm going to add it here. Okay, I think I'm supposed to add this here. And the error should stop. So let's go back to the code, to the browser. And we need to install this. So I'll copy it and then let's go back to the code. And let me install it. So I'll paste it and click on enter. And this should stop. Okay, we can just leave this. Let's go back to the browser again. And we can copy this resolve. So I'll go back to the code editor and go into vs vit-config and I'm going to pass it here. Let's import path. And let's save this. So let's make sure everything is fine. So I'm going to close this up on my terminal and this is already installed. Now we can run Shadcn UI in it. So let me still confirm this. So let's pick Redux and this should install all of this. So let me go back to this and you can see, let's click on enter. So while this is going, we're going to add in, let's go into inside the LSRC index for CSS app.txt. Let's remove this. Let's remove everything here. So we just have div here. Remove all of this. And then we're going to go into index of CSS and Shadcn UI add in the styles. Okay, still installing. So let's wait for it. So the Shadcn UI has already installed. So let me go into index of CSS and I'm going to replace this with the one I have. So you can copy it from GitHub. So I'll just remove this. I'm going to paste this here. And you can see it's still the same root tag and the theme. So just copy the one we have. Then we can go ahead and install components Yeah, so I'm going to go into the component folder and we see that we have only the button here. So let's add in some components. So I'll say let's to add. So let's select alert, and then I'm going to select avatar, badge, button group. Then we're going to select let's come back to let's select collapsible, command, dialog, drop down menu, empty state. We're going to add in form, and let's use input group, label. You can pop over and scroll area, select separator, sidebar skeleton, sonar spinner, table, I think test area, and tooltip. I think that is all. So let's click on enter, and then we can wait for this to add all the components. So let's go to the browser. So we're going to add in the dark mode. So let's scroll to the bottom, and we should see dark mode here. This is fit, and let's copy this. Let's go back to the code, and I'm going to create the file inside component here. So let's say team provider.txx, and let's paste this here. So let's go back to the browser, and then we can scroll down. So we need to add this to, let's copy it. Let's go back to the code, and then we're going to add it inside the main.tx. So just paste this here and move this inside, remove the children, and then I'm going to import this from team provider. And then I also want to add import toaster from UI Sonar. And then we also need to add in, I think, yeah, the tooltip. So I'm just going to add it here. So let me just add it here. And I'm going to import it from UI to, so make sure you add which color here, and I'm going to change this to white. So now we have this now. We can go into the app.tx, and then we can just import button component here and just say click me and save this, and let's make sure the server is running. So I'll just go to npm run dev, and let's wait for this to run. Now we can see, so before we go to the browser, check this out. So let's copy this, let's go to the backend env, and let's make sure to update this. Okay, yeah, you can see it, update this with it. So now let's go ahead and check this out. So I'll go to the browser, and I'll go to it, and now we can see the button. So it's a blue color, and this is it. So now we are going to go ahead and start working, setting up the React router. Then we're going to create the pages. So let's go ahead and install React router. So I'll cancel my server and the npm install React router DOM, and click on enter. And this is, let's wait for this to install. Now we have React router installed. Let's check the version. So I'm going to package.json, and you should see we have React router done 7.15.1. So now we have this. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to create the pages folder. So I need to create the first of all create the pages. Then inside here I'm going to create the auth folder. And inside the auth I'm going to create the signin.txx, and here we can just do refce. I'll just call it sign in page, and let's remove this. So I'll just copy this, and then I'm going to create sign up page, signup.cxx, and I'll paste this, just change this to sign up and this to up. And then we are going to create another page. So I'll call this home, and you can just see index.cxx. I will say RESCE home page. So I'll remove this. And the last page we're going to create, so two more pages. So I'll just create in let's call it single session, or we can call it session. Let's call it session. Session, and let's do index.cxx, say RESCE session. Or let me just change it to single session. So say single session, yeah. Session by slug, something like that. But let me just leave it there. All right. So I'm just going to change this to session page. So let me add page here. So I just create not found, and then I'm going to give this index.cxx, and just paste this here, not found page. So now we have the pages. We can create some more folder now. We can create the routes folder, and we need to create the layout folder. So inside the layout, I'm going to create base. Sorry, let me create a file inside the layout folder. It's going to call base layout.cxx. So this is going to use for the public route. So I'm just going to say RESCE. I'll say base layout, and I'm going to remove this, and then we can give this a class name. So let's give this a class name, flex height full, minimum height 0, and so I'm going to also add in width full, and let's give it flex column, and I'm going to add okay, let me not add anything here. So I'm going to give this a div here, give this a class name, and we're going to say flex, and I'm going to say flex item center, justify between. So let me remove this. I don't think I need this flex here. So yeah, we have justify center, so we want to justify between, and I'm going to also add width for this too. So let me add width height full, and then let me add overflow, or let me leave overflow, and then we're going to have a div here, and then we're going to import outlets from React Router DOM. I'll just give this to a class name, and there's a maximum auto height full, and then width full too. So something like this. Now let's create a let's create app layout .cxx RESCE app layout. So remove this, and then we need to import the sidebar. So sidebar bar from Shadcn UI, sidebar provider. So I'm going to increase the size of the sidebar. So I'm going to add it here, this. So I'm going to just add this. Let me just add it. Style. So I'm just going to So why is it showing like this? So I think the message should be here. So now here we're going to have the app sidebar. So we're going to create a component later on, but let's import sidebar insert. So I'll give this a class name, heightful, and then we're going to say overflow hidden, bg background, and text foreground. And then let's import outlets. So let's create the component source. So I'll just copy app sidebar and let's go into the components. I'm going to create a folder as a sidebar, and then I'm going to index.cxx, and then we can say REFCE. I'll just collect app sidebar, and then we can import sidebar from UI enchant UI. So let me update this, and then we're going to set this to collapsible icon, and then I'm going to give this a class name, border border sidebar border. Let's give this a header. It's a sidebar header. I'll give this a class name, and I'm going to say width full, margin bottom 2, flex. So let's not use for the flex. I'll just use justify between, or let me just add it. And then I'm going to give this padding. So I'll say padding y3, and then I'm going to say padding padding top 3, padding bottom 0, and then I'm going to say padding left 3. And then we're going to create our logo component, and then I'm going to also import a sidebar trigger. So let's go ahead and create the component. So I'll just create the logo component here. So I'll just do logo.txx, and I'm going to paste it. So I've pasted the logo. So we just have it, our passing class name and show text. So you can copy it too from the GitHub. So let's go into sidebar and let's import this. So I'm going to also import constant state. I'll import it from use sidebar. Then I'm going to say show text if state is equals to expanded by this. Then I'm going to say class name. I'll set this to hidden, large flex. I'm going to do margin minus margin 2 and MB0. So let's import sidebar content. So let me give this a class name. Let's gap 0, padding x 0, and padding bottom 3. And then I'm going to create a component here. So this is going to be the navs. I will call it nav item. And then, sorry, I'm going to just close this. And then let's go ahead and create this too. So nav items.txx, RESCE, nav items, and I'll save this, go here, and I'm going to import it. So let's create the nav, the nav item. So before we create the nav items, let's quickly create the routes first. So let me fix this error. Let me import this. And then let me collapse all of this. And now we can go into the route and let's create index.tx here. So I'm going to create route again, .cx, and this is going to have, we're going to create a route. So we're going to have the auth route, single, and sign in, sign up. Then new is going to be the home route. When the user log in, they navigate to new, and then we have single session the stock ID. Now we're going to have to export constant auth route paths. Then I'm going to pass this here. So I'm going to import the pages, the sign in page. Then let's import the sign up page. Let me import the home page. And let me import section page. So now the next thing we're going to create is inside the index here. So I'm going to import React router DOM. So I'll import all of this for React router DOM. Then I'm going to say constant root layout is equals to, I'm going to return. Then I'm going to say scroll restoration, and then I'm going to also import outlets here, and then I'm going to say export constant router is equals to create browser router, and then we're going to say create route element, and then we say route element, and I'm going to just pass in the root layout here. And now we're going to have a route again, and I'm going to pass in elements here, and later on we're going to create a component. So I'm just going to do this. Is going to have, we're going to add in the route guard component, but for now I'm just going to leave it now, and let's create a route for the base. As a route so routes, and this is going to have elements, and I'm going to import base layout, base layout, and then we're going to load through the auth route, auth route path dot map, and we're going to get the path and the element. And then I'm just going to return this, and then we can have route, and then we're going to pass in the key, which is path, and then path is going to be path, and then element is going to be elements here. Sorry, this should be a component. So we're going to do the same thing for the protected route. So let me paste it here. So instead of, I'll do app layout, and I'll change this to protected routes. And then outside this, I'm going to add routes. Let me close this. So I made a mistake. I should have moved this route here. I'll move this here. And I'm going to copy this again. I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to move this protected route to the layout up here. So let me format this like this. So now we are going to say path asterisk and element is going to be not found. So we're going to save this. So let's go and create the route guard. So route guard here. .txx. It's a constant route guard. This is going to be equals to. So I'm going to pass in the type, and I'm going to pass it here. And there for now, we're just going to say, let's say location constant location is equals to use location from route DOM. And since we've not yet implemented the endpoint to get the user, I'll just say constant is loading to false. And then I'm going to say if required sorry, let me get it here, required Auth, and I'm going to say constant is Auth is equals to false, and I'm going to say and not is Auth. Then we can then return navigate, import it. I'll say 2, and this is going to be Auth route dot sign in. I'll just say replace, and I can set state from location, and I can copy this, and I'm just going to say if not required, and there's Auth, then we're going to change this to protected routes new, and I'm going to remove this, and then I'm just going to outlet here. Let me import it. Sorry, let me move this out. So now we have this. Now we can export this. I'll say export default route guard. So let's use it inside index.js, and I can just import it here and just say route guard. Then I'm going to say required Auth false. Why I'm just going to set required route guard required Auth true. So now we're going to copy this, and let's go into the app.tx. Now let's replace this with this. Sorry, let me replace this properly. And let's import the router provider, and then import the route. So we have this. Now we can go ahead and implement the sidebar. So I'll go to sidebar, nav items. So I'm just going to come over here. I'm just going to add this here. So let me import this icon, import protected route, and then we're going to import sidebar group. And let me update this with sidebar group, and I'm just going to give this a class name px2, and then private top2, and let's import sidebar group content. Let's do sidebar menu. So I'll give this a class name, space while 1.5, and then we can map through the nav item, and I say dot map item item sidebar menu button, so menu item. So we're going to pass in the key. I'll say item dot title, and now we can import sidebar menu button, and I can just say tooltip item dot title, and I'll set this to as child, and let's import link from React router DOM, passing to, and this is going to be item dot ref. Let's import item dot icon, and I'll say span tag, import span tag, and we're going to say item dot title here. So below here we're going to have another menu item, so I'll paste this here. This is just a search, and I think that is all. So for the group, I can just add in sidebar separator, and I'll just give this a class name m12, and we're done with it. So let's go ahead and test it out. So make sure the server is running, and make sure we've imported this inside the layout app layout. So I'll go to the browser now, and we can see the sign-in page. And if I go to /sign up, you should see sign up down. If I go to /new, so it's taking me to the sign-in page. So I can go back to the code and just set this to, let me set this to true. And I can go back to the code, to the browser, and let me reload this now. We can see this now. So I need to make this row so we can see the new and the search. So we are going to go ahead to fetch all these sessions here. In this chapter, we're going to start working on the Auth. We need to first of all install downstack create query. So I'll open my terminal, cancel my server. I'll do npm install downstack create query. So once it's installed, I'm going to show you the version. While this is installing, let's create our env.env, and let's say base underscore API URL, and this is going to be http/localhost 8000/API/ so like this. So let me check the packet addressing now, and we can see Tanster query 5.100.14. So let's create so let's come into components, and let's say query provider provider.txx, and I'm going to, there's no even need for me to create this file, so I'm going to remove this file, and I'm going to just do it inside the main.tx. So yeah, I'm just going to say constant query client is equals to new query client, and let me import query client. So let me import it from Tanster create query. At the top here, I'll say import, and say from Authentication US query, and I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and then I'm going to wrap this. Let me wrap this from here as a query client provider, and I'm going to move all of this. And then I'm going to pass in client, query client. So now we have this. So let's install Axios. So let's wait for it. While this is installing, let's go into lib and let's create a file. So I'll say Axios clients.cx. Then I'm going to also create a file. I'll call it env.cx, and I'm just going to say export constant base API underscore URL is going to be equals to import meta, and then we're going to say env.fit base API URL. So make sure you update this to fit API URL. And now we can go into the Axios client, and then I'm going to paste this here. So the first thing we're doing is going to import Axios. Then we import the API base URL. We have this custom type here, and then we have the base URL with credentials. So since the backend we are using cookie, so we need to add this. Then we create Axios. We add interceptor response, and then if it's unauthorized status for one, then we redirect to slash, and then we have this error, and then we export default API. So now we have this. Now we can create api.tx, and I'm going to also create a folder here. I'll say types, and then we can create the API for login. So we're going to say export constant login mutation fl is going to be equals to async, and then data. I will need to write the type, so let's go and create the type. So I'll say type auth type.type.tx, and I'm going to paste in all the type. So in the auth user, we're going to later go ahead and return the GitHub connected. So I've added it here. So inside the API, we're going to pass in login type, and I'm going to also say promise. We can say auth response. So I'll say constant response is equals to await. So let's import API from Axios client. I will say post, and then we can just set the type to auth response, and we say slash auth slash login, and then we can pass in the data, and then we can return response dot data. So the reason why we're adding slash at the front, so in the env you can see I have API and the forward slash. So we have the login now. So let's write the sign up, then we can go ahead and work on the pages. So for the register, I'm just going to pass it here, and I'm going to import register. So I have this now. Let's go ahead and work on the UI. So in the pages, auth signing page. So I'm going to add the components here. So we're going to be using React hook form. I think we've already installed it. If you see, okay, I think it didn't add together with Shadcn UI. I think we also added form here. Okay, we didn't add form. So let's quickly add it. So let me open my terminal and I'm going to say npm shanty add form. Okay, sorry, npx, and let me wait for this. So I think there's no local form again in Shanty UI. For some reason it's not added. So let me just install this package, the React hook form, and I'm going to also install hook form resolver and sort. So I'm going to click on enter, and let me install that one after the other. So that's install. So let me try and install hook form. Okay, maybe there's not exist. So let me check. React hook form. So it's added here. Sorry guys, I'm the one making a mistake. I should have removed this sort there. So let's wait for it to install. Okay, now it has installed. Now I'll just go close this and I'm going to create the components. Sorry, the sign-in page. So I'm going to quickly paste it. So it's very. So I've import all of the packages we need, like the use form from React hook form, buttons, and then the login mutation. You can see the login mutation is here. Then we have the sort validator. Then we import and use navigate query client and use mutation. We pass in the login mutation function. Then if on success, we just we navigate the user to this route. So we're going to later create the endpoints for the current user. Then if there's any error, we throw an error. So we have the use form, hook resolver, Zod resolver, which we're getting from the hook form resolvers. And then we have the default value, email and password, and we have the register handle submit, and then the form state to get the errors. We have the on submit here. So we're importing the logo, and then this is the form here. We can see the form. So we attach the handle submit and then our own on submit here. Then we have the H1, the p tag, and this is where we have the email, the input, and the password. So with the email input and the password input. And then we have the sign-in. So if login mutation that's pending, then we should signing in, and then we should sign in here. And this is it. So we can do the same thing for sign up. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to add this, and yes, this for the sign up, just add the email and password and the employee register mutation function. So now this is it. So we need to create a hook for the current user. So I'll go into this hook. I'll say use user.tx. So before we work on, let's go into the lib folder API and let's write the API for the current user. So I'm going to add it here. And then we can go into we can see auth/me, and we can go into the use user hook, and then I'm going to add it here. So we import use query from task React query. We get current user from lib API, and then we return use query, and you can see the query key current user and query function get current user. Then we're going to save this. Now we can use this hook inside the route guard. So we can go into the route guard, and then instead of this loading and auth, we just remove this. And I'm going to say, I'll just say constant is equals to user, and we can get data is loading. And then I'll just say if it's loading, then I'm going to return a div here, and then I'm going to just type like this. And then so we are going to import the logo and then the spinner. So import that. Now we have the data. You can just say boolean, say data dot user. So if the user exists, then we're going to navigate the user to the protected.new. But if not, just going to redirect the user to the sign-in page. So now we are done with the auth. Let's check this error. So let me remove. Before we run the server, let's fix this. So I'm going to go into let's go into the lib folder, and then inside the Asius client, make sure you comment this out. You comment this data is equals to unauthorized, and then inside the hook, I'm just going to make sure we add a slate time to this endpoint, to the use query hook for current user. And once you do that, we can then run the server. So I think I've run the server already. So let me go to the browser now, and if I go to browser, we can see this app. I can click here to sign up. I can give this a name. I'll just say tech with email. I'll just give it an email. Let's check with email at gmail.com, and I'm going to just give this a password, and I'm going to click on the create password. So before I click on create password, let me open the dev tool, and let me go to network tab, and I'm going to click on the create account, and let's see. So now we can see that we've created the account here. So if I go to payload and preview, we can see the response. So now we are on the protected route page. So let's go ahead and implement the endpoint to fetch all session. In this chapter, we're going to work on fetching all sessions. So let's go into the type.tx and let's create a session.type.tx, and I'm going to just paste this here. So we need to also install AI. So let's install AI. So I'm going to package and backend, and let's say the version I used here 6.0.5, and then let me quickly install it too. So I'm going to say npm install AI at 6.0.5, and click on this, and it should install. And we're going to also install AI SDK. So I'll just paste it here, AI SDK React for React, and then this is going to install. Now once this is installed, we can then go into the lib folder inside the API.tx, and then we can create the endpoint here. So I'll paste it here, and I'm going to import this. So once we have this get user sessions, and we just use /session/all, I'm going to save this, and let's go into the sidebar. So inside components, sidebar index. So I'm going to say a state is equals to expanded. Then I'm going to create a component. I'll call this chat sessions. So let's go ahead and create a component. So I'll just do it here as a chat sessions.txx RASCE chat session. So let me go ahead and import it. And then let's go into the chat and session. So I'm going to first of all import use query from downstack React query. And let's also import use location from React router DOM, and then the get user session from API. So now we have this. I'll just do constant items is going to be equals to data.sessions and then I'm just going to map this. So what I'm going to say sessions, or we can just, that's not it. I wanted to structure the data in a way I will loop through it with the side group. So that's not it. I'll just do it here. So let's just import sidebar group. Sidebar group. So let's pass this here. And I'm going to import sidebar group label. And I can give this a class name as a px2 text as small. And I'm just going to say text muted foreground. And I'm going to say sessions. And then we can then import sidebar group content, and then we can just say, if it's pending, then let's import sidebar menu. I'll give this a class name of gap 1, and then I'm going to array.from length, let's say 6, and we're going to map this. I'll set it underscore index, and then we're going to import skeleton. So I'm just going to do sidebar menu item first. And let's import skeleton. I'll say sidebar menu skeleton. I'll say show icon, and let me add a key here, index. So I'm just going to do else. So let's look through this. So I'm going to come back up here. I'll say constant items is equals to data. So let's do constant sessions is equals to data dot sessions, and then we can loop it through. I'll say session dot map session. So let me remove this first. So I'm going to do session dot length is equals to 0. I'll just have a div here. No session yet. And then I'm going to paste this now. So we are going to get the sidebar menu. So let me copy the sidebar menu. Let me paste it here. Let me move this session loop up, and then I'm going to wrap this. So let's import sidebar menu item. I'll paste it here, and key I'm going to set this to session dot id underscore id. So let's import sidebar group menu button. Sidebar menu button. So I'm going to import link from React to outer DOM. And then I'm going to set it to as child. And let's give this. So this is going to be session slash session dot log id. Then I'm going to add this here. So we'll have a div, and we're going to have the title, session title, and below we're going to have the session repo name. So I'm going to also add a class here. So before I add a class, let me add is active session. Oh, sorry. We can use the path name here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to cut this out, and I'm going to return like this. So now I can just do constant is active is equals to path name is equals to slash session dot log id, and then I can just put as active here, and then I'm going to add in the class. So let me add it here. So I'll paste it here. So I'm going to import cn, and I'll say if it's active like this. So I think we are fine. Then let's add in a class for this. Class name. So we are done with this now. We can go ahead and check it out. So let's make sure our server is running. So let me run npm run dev. So let's go to the browser. I'll go to the browser, and let's wait for this. We should see sessions here, and it's saying no session. So let's confirm this. I think I tested the endpoints before. So let me go to the backend. Let me quickly let me open this. Let me check my MongoDB DB. So I've opened this now. You can see we have one session. So we can see we have one session. So let me check this again. Let's go back to the client side. And let me reload this. Let me check the endpoints first. So I'm going to open the dev tool now. And let me reload this. So I think this is coming from the pagination. So let's go back to the code, and I'll go back here, and let me go to where I have let me go to the front end first, the chats session, and let me go to session. Okay, I think I didn't pass any pagination here. So I'm going to go to the backend now, and I'm going to go to controller, session controller, validator, session validator. And I think I set this to 1. So let me go to the service first, and then session.service. So let me scroll to the top. Let me collapse this. Let me collapse this. So I think, yeah, I did it pagination page number -1, pagination dot page size. So I'm the one that made a mistake. I used a different account. So if you go to, let's go to the HTTPS. If I go to session, so I'm using, Auth. I'm using this account. This was the account I used to create the session, but I logged in with a different account. I signed up with a different account. So that was the problem. So that's why on the client side, if I go to the client, you can see that we don't have any data. So this is working until I have to log in with the mother account. So I'm going to log in and check it out. So I've logged in with the account and I can see the sessions here. So let me go back and check why it's not showing up. So I'll go, let's go back to the code and I'll go straight to the side chat section. And we have data session. So let me console log this. Okay, I need to remove this. Let me console log this. Sessions. And let me check this. So let me go back to the client side. And let me check the console log. So this is empty. Let me reload this. This is showing empty. Array. So I have to console log the data and I can see the data is showing the response here. So the problem is coming from the way I send this data. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go back to the client side. So we can just do data.data here. You can do data dot data, or it's going to throw an error. So what I will do, I just go to the client side session, the backend, and there I can just return this data. So I'll just remove this. I don't really want to remove the message. So let me try and go to the access client, API, and let me see .data. So this is going to throw an error. So I'll go to the response. So I'm going to just cut this out. I'll say data, and I'll paste this here. And let me see. So missing data in the response. So this is giving an error. So I think I fixed it. So I'm just going to remove this data. Then inside the type, inside session type, remove the data. Then I'll just go to the controller and I'm just going to destructure the data here. And this should work. So I'm going to save this. I'll remove this now. Save this and let's go back to the browser. And let's wait for this to load. Now we can see the session. We can see the session. So let's go ahead and then work on the chat interface. So in this chapter, we're going to start working on the chat interface. So the chat interface, we're going to create a chat interface, which is a single component which we're going to use inside the home page and the single session page. So I'm going to go into the home first. I'm going to go into index here. So I'm going to create, I'm going to just say chat interface. And I'm going to give this a class name first. I'll say width full, minimum height screen. I'll give this overflow hidden. And I think this is okay. So for the chat interface, I'm going to just create a component here. Let's go into component and I'll just say chat. And let's just do index .cxx race. I'll say chat interface. So I'll remove this. So inside the chat, inside the home page, so since I'm going to be generating the slug ID and I'm going to also have some state there, so I want to force this component to always amount when we click. Let's say the user click away from this chat, from the chat interface, like the home screen, or click on the logo to take them to the /new. So you need to know that this chat component is going to be responsible to show the empty state, like the home page where there is no chat history. But once you send a message, you're going to then show the chat history. So from the user side, the user is going to think that we have navigated them to a different, let's say the session start slug ID page, but instead they are still on the home page. We're just going to change the URL to /session/slug ID. Meanwhile, they are on the home page, so that we can be able to see, they can instantly see the streaming from the AI. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to import location from use location. So I'm going to pass in key here. So let me import this component first. So I'm going to pass in key, and I'm going to say location dot key. So why I'm adding this is because we are going to be generating this log ID, and we don't want a situation where the user click out of the, let's say, navigate to the home screen /new page, and the user is not seeing the history, or the slug ID did change, then send a new message and the slug ID of the previous chat is still on the state. So we just want it, once the user click away, we have to amount and everything resets. So once it's set and send a new message, it's a brand new slug ID, a brand new view they will see. So I'm just going to do it like this. And now let's go ahead and create this component. So we're going to chat inside the index.txt, and so we're going to have a props we're going to send. Like I said earlier, we're going to use this chat interface inside the single session page, like inside the session page. This is where we're going to fetch the session by the slug ID, and we need to pass in the initial messages and the session title and the slug ID with the repo URL and others. So that's where we're going to add them here. We're going to have this in the type, but we're going to make most of them optional. So I'm going to just paste this here. So I'm going to import this UI message from AI. So we're going to just get all of this here. And then you can see that I have this a single session. This is going to allow us to know if the user is on a single session page or the user is on the home screen. So that's why we have this here. So most of them are optional. So what we are going to do now, so the first thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to have a state. So this state is going to hold the repository, the repo. So let's say repo set repo. So the user is going to select the repository URL. So I'm going to say use state, and this is going to be what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a type for this. So let me set this here, and I'm going to pass the type. So I've pasted this type. So we're going to have the value, that is the repo the user select, and then we're going to also have the default branch. Like I said, the backend does not know the default branch, so it's the client side that's going to send the default branch. So I'll just put selected repo here, and I'll say so or no, and there I'm going to say if repo URL, so which is going to be passed from the single session page. So if there's repo URL, then I can just say value is repo URL, and then default branch is going to be default branch, which is going to be passed from the which is going to be passed from the single session page. So I don't know why this is showing error here. Okay, so I didn't pass this type. So let me add it here. Error should stop. So now then I'm going to say else no. So let me just say zoom in by this. So now we're going to also have another state to hold the session title. So session title And this is going to be, so we have set session title on use state string on all, and then we're going to pass in the prop if we have, else just show no. Yeah. Also for the branch name, we are going to also have this the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. So I have this here. Now we're going to also have two states now. One state is going to be for to track the PR. So like remember I said once the AI make it to call it to a push git push to, we are going to send an event to the client side, and we need to store that we need to store the data from the event. So we're going to have a state. I'm going to say PR ready. We can call it PR ready. And if this have data, that means we know that it's ready for PR. But if there's no data, we know that the button we are going to have is going to be disabled. So I'm going to say set PR, sorry, PR ready. And this is going to be use state. And I'm going to set the type here. So I've pasted the type. So we have the slug ID title, body, and then branch. So if I scroll down, so I don't think we even need this branch here because we're going to fetch the branch from the backend. So I'm just going to leave it there. So I'm just going to add a type as a pull request, but no. And we're just going to set this to no. Then once we create the pull request, we need to return the created pull request URL. So user can click on it and then it takes them to the repository. So I'm just going to have a state for it. Now we need a state which we're going to generate. We're going to hold the slug ID. So I'm going to say constant slug ID, and this is going to be equal to use state. So I'm going to call this, I'm going to check if we have the slug ID, which is passed here. So if the user is on the single page, there is a section slug ID. So the slug ID is going to be available and this is going to be passed here. But since if the user is on the home screen, the home page, and they send a message, we know there will not be any slug ID passed. So we need to generate a slug ID. So we'll say or generate slug ID. And then let's go ahead and create this method. So I'll go into let's go into lib utils, and then I'm going to do it here. I'll say export function and generate slug ID. So I'm going to import from Nanoid. So let me install it. Let me cancel my server. So I made mistake. It should be Nanoid. Okay, I think it's here. So I need to install it. We can get custom alphabet. And then I'm just going to have this here and I'm going to return Nanoid. So let me copy this, paste it here, and then we can import it inside the chart. So let me import it here. So we've imported. Now we need to get check if the user let's get the user equals to use user. So we need to get the user so we need to check if the user GitHub is connected, like GitHub account is connected. So what we're going to do, I'm going to go back into the backend and I'm going to add it here. So let's go into backend SRC and inside the service, not service, let's do it inside controller Auth. And then if I scroll down here, so we're returning the user, we can get the Auth, the GitHub account here just to check if the GitHub account exists. So what I can do, I can use a constant user ID is equals to request dot user. Oh, let me just do user like this, and I'll say constant user ID. is equals to user dot id underscore id, and then I'll just do if this, then user dot underscore id dot to string, else no. So I will just to user here like this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say constant GitHub and connected. So connected is equals to, so I'm going to check if user ID, or let me just do it here. If not, so let me just, so if user ID, I want to make sure I'm able to fetch the GitHub. So I can just do, okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to set this to false like this. Then I'm going to say if user ID, then I'm going to say constant is GitHub equals to await. Let's import GitHub account dot assist. I'll pass in the user ID. So let me set this to let. So yes, I'm just going to come down here. I'm going to say GitHub connected is equals to let me change this to is assist. So just to boolean is assist. Then I'm just going to return GitHub connected. So now we have this. So I'll just go back to, let me go back to the chart, and then I can just get data. It's going to be current user. So let me go back to Auth. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to, let me destructure this. Or I can do if user, if user, then we can just do destructure user, and then I can pass in the GitHub connected, else no. So let me remove this. So I can go back now, and then I can just say, I can just do constant is GitHub connected, and we're going to say boolean current user.get.github connected. Now we have this. So now we can then fetch the repository. We can get all the repo. So I will just go to inside the API, and let's add in the endpoint to fetch all the repository. So I'll just add in a type first. Let me go and create a type. So I'll just say github.type.tx, and then let me pass it here. So we have this here. So I'm just going to save it, and I'll go to API, and I'm going to add export, and then I'm going to import GitHub repo response, And now we have this. So we can also add in the endpoint to connect GitHub. So I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to import GitHub connect repo. So this is we're going to pass in the param redirect to. So now we have this, we can go ahead and use this. So I'm just going to copy this now. Let's go into use chat, and then we can just fetch this. So say data, I'll call this GitHub repo, and it's pending. And we can just say is GitHub repo and pending. And then we can just do equals to use query. So let's import use query, passing it. Then we are going to import the GitHub repo. So now I'm going to map this. Say constant. So I'll just add it here. So let me replace this with GitHub repos, and we can import this. So just to the label, which is going to be repo item full name, the value, clone URL, and then the default branch. So we have this now. So now we're going to then import the AI SDK chat. So I'll do that here. Let me move this to the top. And I'm going to import it too. So use chat from AI SDK React. And then I'm going to say constant is equals to use chat hook. We're going to say messages empty array. And I'm going to get messages, send message, set message, status error, and stop. And we're going to set transport. So transport, this is going to be equals to new default. So let me import new default transport from AI package. And now we need to set the API. So the API is going to be, we're going to import base URL from the lib folder, libenv, and I'm going to say session / chat. And I'm going to do a credential include. And then we're going to say prepare send message request. And we're going to get messages, and we're going to get body. So the body is going to be what we're going to pass. We're going to send the message is going to send there, and we're going to also pass in the body like this log and the default branch. So I'm just going to say body. So the structure body, and I'll pass in messages, and the error should stop. So now I'm going to below here. Let's add comma here. So we're not here. So we're going to have on data. On data, and we're going to. So we're going to get data part. So on data is where this custom events will be returned here. So the custom events are the ones that they're not going to be saved inside the messages. So if I go back to lib folder AI2 or inside the service session, service. So where we first of all send the title, we wrote write title. So because of added this is going to appear on the on data method there. So but anyone that we send that does not have this is going to be added to the message list. So because of that, we're going to get the title now from the on data. So we're going to say data part, and together we're going to say constant part is equals to data path, and we can just say constant data. So let me just change this to paths, paths like this. I remove this. I'll just say equals to paths dot data. So let's use a switch statement. We say switch path path dot type. So now I'm going to say case, and what was the inside the service? It was data session title. So copy it and paste it here, and I'm going to say if. So let me remove this. If data dot title. So if you look at it, we pass in title here. So let me add in as any here. The error stop. So if we have this, we're going to say set session title, and we're going to say data dot title. So now we set this now. So once we set it, but if we update the title, the sidebar does not have the recent data. There is a recent session that was created. So we need to, since we're using translate query, we can use query client to invalidate the query, and this is going to fetch, it's going to refetch the sessions here. So we're going to use this query key. So I'm going to import query client here. So let me do it at the top here. So I'll just say constant query client is equals to use query client. And now I can just say query client, then I'll come down here and I'll just say query client dot invalidate and queries, and we say query key, and on this chat session we call the key user session. So I'll copy this and I'm going to paste it here, and now we can just say break here. Then also if we go back to the chat, sorry, not chat session, so I think I've created, so inside the session service we used to send another event here, data repo info. Let's copy it now. Let's go back to the chat. Then we're going to also write a case for this. We say case, sorry, I'm going to paste this here, and I'm going to say if data dot repo URL. So let me make sure. Okay, I need to move this out of this repo URL. I think that's what we passed here, repo URL. Then we can get repo URL and the default branch. So I'll say value, sorry, set repo. Value is going to be data dot repo URL, and default branch is going to be data dot default branch. So this is for the data URL, and I think we also sent in the branch name, so we can use that. So we can just say set branch name here. Let me just do it here. Say if data dot branch name, then we can just set branch name, data dot branch name, and then we can say break. So now we have this. So the last one where the custom message we sent. Okay, I think here I need to move this out of this if block. Yeah. So the last custom event we sent in the session service was inside the tool. So if I go to inside the lib GitHub tool, we have the data PR ready. So I'm going to copy this and we're going to write a case for it. So I'll say case, we pass in data PR ready, and we're going to say if data does log ID, then we're going to say set PR ready, and we can pass in this log ID, data does log ID, title is going to data dot title, and then body data dot body, and then branch. I think I passed in. I also added branch name. So I'll say branch data dot branch. Oh, we can fall back to the branch name. Yeah. Then I'm going to set, once this sent, we're going to set create PR URL to null. So we clear out the previous PR URL that was stored in the state. So we can say break here. And then I'm just going to say default break. So I'm going to collapse this now. And we're going to say on error I'll just say console.log error, and we can just toast error failed to generate response. So let's import toast from Sona. So now we're going to have a use effect. So since we are sending the single session page, we're going to send the initial message. So we need to set the messages in the use chat hook. So I'm just going to say, and let's return this. I'll say if not single session, then I'm just going to return. But if we are in the single session, we're going to say if initial message was passed, initial messages, then we can use set messages, and we're going to pass in the initial message. Then we're going to say if session title. Sorry, if session title prop was passed, we just say set session title, which is going to be session title props. We are going to do the same thing for branch. We say if branch name prop, we just say set branch name. We just say branch name and props. Then we're going to add a dependency here. So I'll say initial messages, set messages, session prop title, set session title, branch name props, set branch name, and a single session. So I think, okay, let me add comma here. So now we have the the handle submit. I'll say handle submit. This is going to be equals to message. So the message is we're going to set this any for now, and I'm going to return this. So I'm going to check for this. If GitHub is not connected, so please connect to GitHub first. If there's no preference, we select a repo, and we're going to say if no message. So this is going to, we're going to install a component called prompt input from AI element, which is owned by Visio. So once we add it, we're going to add a type here. So we're going to use the component, and the component is going to return message.text or message.files. So I'm going to then once user send a message, we're going to say set PR ready to null and set create PR URL to null. Then I'm going to say if not a single session, then like I said earlier, we're going to update the URL. If this is on the home page, we are going to update the URL to point to the single session page, but the page does not change. So in case the user refresh the page, the user will land on the single page and see the message, the history, the chat history. So I'm going to do window.history.push state reset here to null, empty string, and there we're going to pass in session slash slug ID. Then below here, I'm going to also check if not session title. Then we're going to set session title to on title session. So this is only going to be possible when the user is on the home page. So instead of showing title as empty blank like that, we're just going to instead just set on title session. Then now we're going to send the message. We say send message, and we're going to set title text message.text, and then I'm going to pass in body. We are going to pass in the stock ID, the repo URL, and the default branch. So we have this now. So we are done with the handle submit. Now I'm going to create a method of handle back, and this is just going to call the stop method from the use chat hook. And then we're going to also have a method to select repository. So handle repo change. This is once we pass in the value, we are going to find the value from the repo option, so we can get value, and then we can just say if repo, then we'll pass in the repo, else we just say value default branch to main. So now we are done with this. Now we can just add a class here. So I'll say class name, and then I'm just going to import cn from YouTube, and I'm going to say flex. I'm going to give this a height of 100 dvh and minimum height 0, width full. I'll say it's a flex column 2, and this should be overflow hidden. And if we are passing class name, we just pass in the class name here. And then I'll say if message dot length, so if messages dot length is equals to 0 and it's not a single session, then I'm going to add a class. I'll call this chat interface. So this is going to show like a gradient. So I added this class. If you go to index.css, if you copied it inside index.css, if you scroll down to the bottom, you should see it here. So I have .light chart interface, and for that we just set it to null. So I'm just going to save this, and then now we're going to show the title. I'll say if we have session title, then we have a div here. Let's give this a class name. I'll say border b padding x 4 and padding y 3, and then let's say h5, and let's give this a class name and text base and font medium. Then let's pass in session title. So now then below here we're going to have a div. So I'll give this a class relative flex minimum height 0 width flex 1 and flex column. So we're going to have the conversation list here. That is a chat history. So we're going to have conversation. Yeah. So let me comment, let me do like this, and we're going to also have the chat or the prompt. Let me call the chat input. So we need to install those components I said we're going to install. So let's go to the browser. So let's go to AI element, click on this, and let's go to component. So we're going to install some of these components. We're going to install chain of thought, conversation. So let's click on conversation. Let's first of all add conversation. So you can click on Shadcn UI CLI, copy it, and let's head over to the code. And then let me stop my server, my client side. Stop this. I'll paste this here and click on enter. While this is installing, let's go back to the browser and let's go ahead and copy prompt input. So I'll just scroll down, click on CLI, copy this. And once we install prompt input, we install message, then we install chain of thought. So let's go back. Let's wait for this to install. So now let's paste in the prompt input. And while this is installing, let's go back and then let's go to the browser and let's copy message CLI and click on copy, and then let's go back to the code and let's wait for this to install. So let's say no. So let's paste this message and click on enter. So let's go back to the browser again, and then let's go ahead and copy chain of thought. So click on CLI, copy this, and I think the next thing is the reason. We're going to copy reasoning and I think reason. So let's just yeah, schema. So let's go let's go to the backend, sorry, the code editor, and then let's wait for this to install. So let's say no, and now I paste this one, chain of thought. Then let's go back to the browser again, and let's copy, we have commit. So let me look for commit first. So in code, we can see commit here. So let me copy commit first before the reason. So copy commit, Let's head back to the code editor and let me wait for this to install. Then I'm going to just say no. Let me clear the terminal and let's paste commit. Click on enter. So there's many two components we need to copy. We need to copy. Let's go up. Reasoning and schema. So let's go and copy these components. And then let's go back to the code editor. Okay, I think I mistakenly copied the one for I copied AI element. So let me go back and copy commit CLI. So I'll cancel this, paste this, and click on enter. Then I'll go back again and copy. Let me scroll back up, copy reasoning, CLI, Shadcn UI CLI, and I'm going to go back. I'll wait for this to install. So now it is done. So let me paste in reasoning. So let's go back to the content, to the browser, and let's copy the last shimmy. So let's click on Shadcn CLI and let's go back to code. And let me wait for this to install. So I'm going to say no. So okay, it has added the schema component too. So I think there's no need for that again. So I also want to add this component. So this is now for AI SDK, AI elements. This is going to be inside assistantui.com. And I want to install this package div viewer. So we have in a file, we have split. So I'm going to install this package and you can use Shadcn UI to install it. So I'll copy this command and then let's go back to the code. So this is going to be the last component we're going to add. So I'll click on enter and let's wait for this to install. So this has already added. So now we can go back and let me collapse the backend and then we should see all the components. We have the AI element and we have this components, the F viewer. So what I'm going to do now, we're going to add the conversation. So I'm going to paste this here and let me import the components conversation. Let's import this from AI element and let's import conversation content too from AI element. So we're going to have a div here. So I'll say div and I'm going to give this a class name. So I'm going to say flex minimum height full, width full, flex 1, flex colon gap 2, and we are going to say if message.length equals 0 and it's not single, then we're going to center it to the center. Now we are going to say if message.length. So let me just copy what I have here. If message.length, and then we are going to import conversation empty. So I'm going to pass in a class name here, pxsys. So I'm going to add the empty state. So I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to import the logo component. So here we're going to say else, and I'm going to load through the messages. So say messages dot map. We're going to get message and message index, and let's return this. So let's import message from AI element So we're going to pass in from message dot row. We're going to pass in key message dot id, and I'm going to give this a class name. I'm going to say maximum width full gap 0. So we're going to also import message content, and we're going to give this a class name. Sorry. So this is going to be widthful, text 14.5 pixel, and if it's user, we're just going to add margin button 1. So we can look through the message part. So I can say message dot path, dot map path index, and then I can just return this. So we can use switch statements, and we're going to say path dot type. So the first case we're going to use is reason. So let me say reason. So why is it showing error? So for reason, I'm going to just say constant message text is equals to path dot text. So let me see. Okay, I made a mistake in my spelling here. The error should stop. So I'm going to say constant is streaming. Let's define the its last message here. So at the top here, I'm going to say constant last message is going to be, so let me use its last message. And then this is going to be equals to message index is equals to messages dot length minus 1. So we're going to say is last message and status is equals to streaming. So I'm just going to move this here. And then once we have this, we're just going to return. And let's import reasoning component from AI element. And we need to pass in key here. So I'm going to say key is we're going to use this. I'm going to pass in message dot id dash reason, and I'm going to pass in the path index here. So we're going to pass in a streaming equals to a streaming, and I'm going to set default open to false. So let's import reason trigger. Reason trigger is going to be a self close, and then we're going to import reason content. Okay, reasoning content, and let's pass a message here, message text. So now we have for reason, we are going to suit for text. So I'm going to add in case text. So if path type is text, we are going to return Let's import message response from AI message, and I'm going to add key. Yeah, and this is going to be message.id text and path index, and let's pass in path.text, oh sorry, a message text. So I'm making a mistake. Type path.text. So the message text is for the reason. So this is fine. So inside the message response. So message response is using, let me go into the component. It's using, if I scroll to the top, so it's using a component package called stream down and stream down code. So we need to add some style because of this stream down code we're using. So before I add the style in the CSS, I need to first of all add, let me add a prop here. So I'm going to say theme. So I'm going to add it here. I'm going to use the Dracula. And let me also say Dracula here. And then inside the index of CSS, I'm going to add in at the top here. Let me scroll to the top, and I'm going to add it here. So I'll paste it here. So this is what I'm going to add. So just add this, and then let's go back to the code, and let's go ahead and continue this. So I'm going to, then the next case we're going to write is for the tools. So the tools we have inside the backend, SRC, lib AI tools, GitHub tools. So we need to write the case for this. So since we are using the tools is inbuilt, this is going to be returned by VC AI SDK. So we are going to just use, you can just say case, and this is going to be tool dash lists. So tool dash list, so list is going to be the name of the tool we set here. So if you see, we have the first tool we wrote here is list. So we're going to have tool grip, tool read, tool write, tool edit, and like that. So I'm just going to add everything here. So let me just push this. So you can see it's to git status, to commit, to git push, create PR, and then the web search. So now for this, we're going to create our custom tool component for each of the tools we have here. So I'm going to say return render to path, and there we are going to pass in the message ID for message.id. We're going to pass in the path. I'm just going to set this as any, and we're going to pass in the index, so path index. And after this, so we're going to create a component. So let me first of all set default here. Return no. So let's go ahead and create this component. So I'm going to create, let me collapse everything inside the client, inside the SOC4. So let's do it inside components, chat. Let's do it, let's say to render to paths.cx6, or we can call it to paths. So the first thing we are going to do before we create the render component, we are going to create a custom component called toolCore. So you can copy all of this from the GitHub. I'm going to be pasting them one after the other. So I'm going to paste in the first one. So the first one here is toolCore. So I'm going to import all of the packages out of the import here. So I've imported them. You can see we are going to import the div viewer from assistant UI, the commit component, the chain of thought, the the UI message, and some other prop from React package. So basically, this is just the two core. So this is going to wrap this is going to be the parent component, and we are going to create an inner component here, which we're going to call two-step. So this is going to be the header part. As you can see, we have if this is running, if it's running, we are going to show, they're going to just animate this, and we're going to show dots for each of the two, and the name, the title of the two, and if subtitle is there, we're going to just render it here. And if it's not running, then we are going to show in the step or the child here below here. So this is the tool core. So we're going to have another component called two step. So I'm going to paste it here. So this is two core step. So now let me write in the render component here. So I'll say constant export constant render two parts is equals to, let's return this. So like we passed a message ID, which is going to be of type string parts. So we can say it to any, or we can say it to two parts. And then we have the parts index, which is type number. So now we're going to get in the part has the state. So if I go here, we can see the two part has state, input, output, error text. So we are going to pick the state, and with the state, we're going to know when the AI is loading or streaming or is running, the tool is running. So I'm going to just say constant is running, and this is going to be equals to part.state is equals to input streaming, or part.state is equals to input available. Then we can have, so I'm going to say constant is done. So once it is done running, we can say state, part.state is equals to output available. Then if it's error, so constant is error is equals to part.state is equals to output error. So to get the title and the subtitle, I'm going to create a method here. So I'm going to paste it here. So this is a method that's going to give us the title and the subtitle. So we're going to pass in the part, and we can get the input, we can get the output, and then we can, so for this, for the hash part, if you look at the tool, GitHub tool, if I go to edit, you can see we pass in patch, and we pass in parts and additions and deletion. So the part is coming from the diff result. So we want to know if the user is making, if the AI is making an edit to an existing file, it's going to return a patch. But if it's a new file it just created and it just edit the file, it might not return a there might not be a patch. So we are going to have a custom we're going to have a custom component that's going to handle this. So we say if it has patch, then we're going to render the edit subtitle, else we just only show the input.path. So I'm going to create this component. So I'm going to add it here. So let me paste it here. So you can see the edit and subtitle. We pass in the path input output. Now we have the patch. We are going to also have get the different start from the patch, and this is it. So we just have it here. So I think there's no need to even use this because we passed deletion and addition. So I'll just remove this. So let me remove this. So if we have this, we can just say we can get this from I'll say output, or we can just say constant addition. So I'll just copy this. Pass it here is equals to output dot addition, and then we can also do for deletion. So let me say constant deletion output dot deletion. So I'm going to remove this. So we don't need this method because we've already done it in the 2. So I'm going to remove it. So this patch, we don't need this patch here. So for the edit subtitle, we just only have the addition and deletion here. This is going to show in the edit title. So this is only going to be displayed on the heading, which is a tool call. This tool call here. So we also have normalized commit and subject. Subject, let me check the tool call to. Did I handle this too inside the commit? Let me see, claim message. Okay, we can say if there's no text, we just say commit change it, and if there's a text, we just so I think I'll just remove this. So I'll just remove this. I'll just say if no value, just say commit change, and if let me change this to text or message. I'll say if message, yeah, that's what we call it, message or text. I'll just return the message. There's no need for slicing. So the reason why I have to remove this is because in the Git I've already done this. I've cleaned it up. Okay, I didn't slice this. That's the reason why I had it there. Well, at least I told the AI to return a short commit message. So I think this is fine. Or if we can just leave it like that, it's still fine. So I'll just revert it back and just leave it like this. So this is still fine. So we have it here now, commit message. So we can use this now to get the title and subtitle. So I'm going to just come down here and I'm going to say constant title subtitle, and I'll pass in the path here. So let me get subtitle, and now we can render the components. I'll say return. So return the components to core, and then I'm going to say let's pass in key, and this is going to be message ID parts parts dot type, and I'm going to also pass in the index parts index, and then we can just say parts. Or let me remove all of this. I'll remove to type here. I'll just pass in parts dot to core ID. So now we need to pass in the title. So title subtitle is equals to subtitle is running is equals to is running. So now it's remaining done and error. So we need the component for each of the parts or each of the tools. So we can go back to the top now. We have this now. So I'm going to collapse both of these. And let me move this. Let me move this to okay, there's no need, I can leave it there. So I'm going to add another component which we are going to have. So this component is going to be called file grid. So I'm going to paste this. I'm going to paste this too. So we have two core drift and diff, and then the file grid. So these are just helper components there. We've not really created the two components for the two components we're going to render inside the render tool part. So now I'm going to start with the list now. So I'll paste in the list two components. Now you can see it. We pass in the paths, we get the files, and then we list through the file. So each of these components, each of these two has a different components to render the output properly. So we have the list. Now we are going to have for the grid, grip. So this is for grip. We are using the two-step call. Yeah. And you can see we're using two-step call. So if file dot length, if there's no file, it's going to just return no file found. And we have for grip, we have two core step. And then you can see if lines is greater than 0, we're just going to use the file grid to render it like we have here. So we have read content, write content. So I'm going to paste it here too. So you see read, we're just calling the two core step, pass in the command line, the amount of line, and then the write content, we are passing in the two core steps, and then we say command created this output dot line count. So this is just the content, the output of from the tools. So we're going to also have the bash tool. So I'll paste in the bash tool. So this is for the bash tool. So the bash content, the output from the bash tool. Here we just confirm if the lines are, if it's an array, then if the lines dot length is equal to 0 or don't have any content in the lines, it will just return a two core step command. Else we just return a file grid to display the lines. So you can see we just look through them. So we have this now. We're going to have for the git status commit. So the git status, so I'm going to pass this here too. We can see the git status. I'm just going to file like this, and this is going to render the status here. So we're getting the status from the tool inside the git status. You can see status here. So now we are going to also have the commit tool, and this is a bit long, so I'll paste it here, and you can see. So this is coming from the output message brand timestamp addition deletion, and then the components we are using is the commit component from AI SDK AI element. So let me remove this. So we're adding colors for this, for the addition and subtraction, addition and deletion, sorry. Now we're going to have the push tool. So I'm going to paste it here. And you can see the push tool is going to render. We're going to use the two core step, and we're going to pass in detail. So if output or compare URL, then we're going to show this link, this a tag, and then the user can click on it to view the branch or the repository. Then lastly, I did handle this one, GitHub, sorry, the push, the PL2, but I'm just going to add a component here if you want to enable it. So I'm just going to comment it out. So let me paste it here, but I'm going to comment it out. So I'm not going to use it, but I'm just going to leave it there for anyone that wants to use it. So I'm going to add the last two contents we're going to have is the web search tool. So let me paste it here. And now you can see the web search tool, if it's an array of results, we're just going to use two core step, and then we're going to pass in two of chain of thought, the results, the chain of thought steps, and we're going to list all the results. So this is great. So now we have all of this. We are going to come down here, and we're going to create a map like an object, and then this is going, we're going to get the two names, so two dash grip, and point them to their component, to their content. So I'm going to paste it here, and you can see for PL, I just comment this out, And now we can use this now. So I'll copy this. Here I'm going to say constant content is equals to content map, and we're going to pass in the type path.type, and then we can say if not, let me make this uppercase. If not content, let's return no. So now so we're going to say if done, we're going to show the content. So if running is false, we are going to then output the content. Now we're going to say if is error, we're going to use, let's use the to call step, and we can pass in command. I'll just say path dot error text or something went wrong. I can also change it to an error. I think this is better, an error occurred. So I think that is all. We can go back to the index.txx and let's import it. So now we are done with this with the conversation side, the listing of the messages. Now we're going to work on the chat input. So I forgot to show the loading states here. So I'm going to scroll up here and I'm going to add constant is loading is equals to status is equals to submitted, or status is equals to streaming. So let's scroll down to here and let's add it. So I'll paste it here. So we have loading. If message length is greater than 0, then we're going to show the loading state, and for the error we're going to show this, and this is just to give a space here, this div. So I'm going to add the loader component. So inside the component I'm going to create loader.cxx. So I'm going to paste the component here. So I'll paste this here. So it is a loader component, and for this loader component, if we go into the index.css, we also added a style here. If you copy the style from the GitHub, if I scroll down, you can see the bounce dot. This was the style that I added, and you can see the component too. So this is dot loader. So let me go ahead and import it. So now let's go ahead and create a component for the chat input. So we're going to say chat input, and we're going to pass in the prop like the status, the branch name, the PR ready state. I'm going to just pass everything like this, and let me check this properly. So inside, okay, PR ready, and also the is fetching repo. So I think we added an endpoint to fetch repository here. So here it is. So okay, it's pending. So let me just copy this. Let me change it to is fetching instead of is pending. Now let me leave it like that. So I'm just going to scroll down back to the bottom, and I'm just going to replace it like this. So for the sandbox, I'm just going to just have an or. So this is not going to do anything. I'm just going to just add it there. So the user know that this is in a sandbox. Yeah, AI is working on. I'm just going to leave it there, but you can remove it if you want. Then later on, we're going to add a method to create PL. So I'll say create PL. I'll just add it for now. And then we're going to so pass in is creating PL. And I'll just say this to false. So I'll save this now. Let's go ahead and create a chart input. So I'll say chart input.txx. So RASCE. And let's remove this. So I'll add the types here. And let me import all of this. Prompt input message. And we can see it's creating PR. So let's pass in. So I'll copy this input prop. I'll pass it here. And I'm going to pass in all the states. Sorry, all the props. And I think I made a mistake on create PR. So I'll pass this here. And now we can go ahead and create. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to say constant is repo. So we need to lock the repo. The select option where users select the repo. So if the user have selected the repo, so they can select a different repository. So instead, we're going to just lock or disable the select components, which is going to list all the repository. So I'm going to say is I'll say is select lock is equals to is fetching repository or has messages. So if it has message, we're just going to disable the select component. So I'm going to also say repo label is equals to repository repo options dot find option dot value is equals to repo dot value, and then we can get label. Then we have constant handle submit handle click. Let's do handle click. Handle click. I'll just say message, which is a type of prompt. Prompt message, input message, and then let's return this. And I'm just going to return on submit message. Handle prompt submit. This is best. So yeah, we're going to have a class name absolute insert x0 button 0 z index 20. I'll say shrink 0, and let's have a div again. Let's give it a class name max 0. I'm going to give maximum max width for Excel px0, and I'm going to also add in width full and padding b4, and I'm going to add a backdrop blur of small. So now we are going to say is GitHub connected and branch name and repo, and so we're going to have a div. We're going to give it a class name So margin bottom 2, flex item center justified between gap 3 rounded to Excel, border, BG transparent, PX4, PY 1.5, and shadow small. And then we're going to have another div, and we'll give this a class name of flex, minimum with 0 item center gap 3. And then we're going to have this here. We're going to show the branch. So I'm going to import this icon, git branch, and then the branch name. Then below here, we're going to say if created PR URL, we're going to show a button. So let's import button from UI button, and let's give this a class name. So I'm going to set this to as child first. Let me give it a class name. Yeah, class name. I'm going to set the background color to black. I'll say black, opacity of 0.7, and then I'm going to set the color to text white. And for the button, we are going to add this here, and I'm going to import this icon. So if there's a PR URL, let's say the user has clicked on the button to create a PR, we're going to then show the view PR. So we're going to say else, and now we're going to have a button to create the PR. So I'm going to give this a class name too. It's going to be the same thing, BG black and 70 and text white. And then I'm going to set on click here. We're going to set it on create PR, and disabled is going to be is creating PR or not PR ready. And then inside the button, I'm going to paste this. I will import spinner. So if PR is ready, so create PR, else just say PR unavailable. And now we are done with this. Now let's import the prompt input. Prompt input. So let me move this inside there. Okay, I think I made a mistake. So let me move it inside here like this. So this is the correct way. And now we say prompt input. We're going to pass in. So I'll give this a class name. So if you don't have class name in your own, so just make sure you place the prompt input with the one you would copy from GitHub. So I've already updated my prompt input. So I'm going to paste this here. So let me paste the class name. So the class we're going to set border, adding X0, BG primary, BG background, then shadow and rounded DXL. And then we're going to set on submit. I'll say handle prompt submit. And now we can import the prompt input body. So we're going to pass in the prompt text area. So let's import this input text area. So now below here, we're going to then import prompt input footer. And I'm going to give this a class name, margin top 3, flex, item center, gap 3. So here we're going to say, we're going to import prompt input tools. I'll say if Git is connected, then I'm going to say we have message. Then I'm going to show a button, and let me move this. So Instead of showing the select option, we are going to then show the button that will display the name of the repository. Since we already have the GitHub is already connected, but if the GitHub is not connected, we are going to then show, let me do this here, and then does not have any messages. So I'm going to then show, we're going to import prompt input select, and this is good. We're going to pass in the value, and then on value change. So let me quickly import this GitHub logo. So I'm going to add it inside the asset. So I've pasted it here, and I'm going to go ahead and import it. So let me import it, and the error should stop. So now let's pass in the prompt input select trigger. Then we're going to pass this here. So I'm going to import prompt input select value. So we're going to say if this is loading, we just show a spinner, and else we just show the GitHub logo, and we just show we have the prompt input select value. So I'm going to say add in, remember we added this is select lock. So I'm going to disable this here. So I'm going to say I'm passing this class name here. So I'm going to say if is select lock and cursor not allowed or positive 60 like this. Then I add in this too. So now let's import select input component and content. We say prompt input select content. So I'm going to give this a class name shadow large, and then we're going to look through the repo options. So I'll pass this here. I'll say if repo option.length is equals to 0, and then we're going to say no repository found. And you can see here we say we added a element to def to show all repositories, and then we're going to look through the repository options, and we have the option.label here, and we have some class here. We pass in the key and the value. So let's import the prompt input select items, and then here we're going to have a button which the user is going to click to connect the GitHub account. So let's make the button variant outline, and then we can say on click, and we can have a method there for it. We can say constant handle connect, and there we can just add in, let's add an async here. So let's go to the API lib folder, API text. Okay, we've already added connect in GitHub, so we can go back and let's pass it here. Say await. Let's import GitHub connect, and this is going to return a URL. It's a constant is equals to URL, and then we're going to do window dot location dot ref is equals to URL. So let's copy handle connect, and then we're going to pass it. Let me scroll down, pass it here, and then I'm going to just pass this here. So let me also add type button. So I'll copy this to, yeah, we added type button here too. So what we're going to have here is for the sandbox. So you can skip this. This is not compulsory. I'll just paste it here. Sandbox options. And lastly, we are going to have, let me format this. So we're going to do that here, the submit button. So let's import prompt input submit. And we'll pass in the onStop and the status. So now we are done with this. So we can go into the index.txt and let's import this. So I think we are done with this. So let's go into home, index.txt, and everything should be fine. So let me check inside the chat index.css and confirm everything. Yeah, I think everything is fine. So we can go ahead and test it out. So let's check it. Let me check my server is running. So let me go to this. So let me run the server. cd client npm run dev, and then let me cd backend npm run dev. So the backend server is running and the client is running. So let's go to the client side, and then we can see this now. We can see all the repositories. So let me click here. Let me try and reload this. For some reason, this is not opening. This is opening. This is not opening. So let me go ahead and check it out. So I'll go back to the code, and then let me go to the chat input, and let me see. So I think I found the issue. The issue is coming from the endpoint. So let's go into index.cxx, and then I think this is where we fetch in the repository. Let's go into GitHub repository git. This is going to be the problem again we had with I think the endpoint to fetch all sessions. So I'll go back to the backend, and then inside the LSLC, inside the controller, GitHub controller, and where we have the repo. So I'll just structure data here, and let me just pass a message. Oh, let me just leave the data. I'll just remove this and pass data. So save this, and the backend should be running. So this is how it's running now. Let's go to the client side, and let me click now. Okay, now we can see the repository. We can see all the repository. So I can click on this now. So let me pick this repo. So before we go ahead and test this out, I still need us to fix some things. So let's go back to the code. So first of all, make sure you update changes. If it has a message, I just want to reduce the width of the input. Then we should go back to the backend. So if you go to the backend inside the index.txt, see I commented this out because the streaming was not working. So I had to comment this out to confirm, and the stream started working. So just comment this out. And once you do that, I think that is all. We can go ahead and test it out. So let's go, make sure your server is running. Let me check the server is running, and then let's go back to browser, and let's select a project, or just say which framework was used in this project, and click on enter. And now you can see the prompt input has increased because we have message in this section. So let's wait for this now. Now we can see the branch name has been generated, and we can see the name too and the session name. Now we can see that this is thinking. So it's going to read the file, and now that's saying that we are using React, and Tailwind CSS. So I can just ask it to edit a file. So I'll say change the theme of this project. Pick any one of pick anyone you prefer. I think this is fine. You can also let's just ask it to do this. So I'll click on send. So before I click on send, if you have any issue, let me inspect this developer tool. So if I click on send now. If I click on this and check the payload, you can see the default branch is not been passed. So make sure you go to the validator and set the default branch optional. So I'll remove this, and now we can see that this has lists all the project. And now let's wait for it. So it says going to change the theme to ocean blue and midnight. So it's editing the index or CSS. And let's wait for it. And now we can see the div components. You can see that it's showing properly. So if I scroll to the bottom now, so it's also editing the Tailwind CSS config, and now it's editing the app.js, and so I see. So now we can see. So it wants to edit the nav bar. So let us edit the nav bar. So it's remaining some of the components, the feature and the pricing components. So let us edit the feature. Now I want to edit the pricing. So now, so it's remaining the two other components, testimonial and footer. So it is done with this one. So I think this is the last one. So now I want to build, and you notice that there's no fit install. So it's going to install the dependencies. So that is what you want to do. You want to use the bash command. So it has installed this nice running build, and it has built the project. Now it's going to now we can see the status, and then it's going to commit changes. So now you can see it has generated the you can see generated the title, the commit title. Now it's going to push the changes, and once it push the changes, we should see this button is enabled now. So this is great. So now we can click here to view this. So it has stopped here. So let's click on the view changes. And now we can see the branch here that was generated. So guys, this is great. So let's go ahead and implement the single session page. So if I reload this page now, you should see we're going to have a blank screen. So let's go ahead and implement this page. Then we're going to then also work on the create PL, implement the create PL or integrate the create PL endpoint. So let's go ahead and do that. In this chapter, we're going to start working on the single session page. So let's add the endpoint first. So I'm going to add the endpoint so I've already added the endpoint for pull request. So I'm going to also add for logout and the single session. So we can do everything at once. So this is a logout endpoint. So I'll move it to the last. And then I'm going to import this. And then we can use this now. So we're going to implement the get single session endpoint and the create pull request. So let's quickly start with this one. So let's go to the page home. So not home session, index.txt, and let's import chat interface, and let's get the slug ID from the URL. We say equals to use param, and then we get this slug ID. So let's make sure it's what we have here inside route slug ID. Okay, you see I made a mistake. So let me copy the one I have here. I'll just pass it here. So we're going to call the endpoint. So I'm going to as the endpoint, I'm going to import use query and then get session by slug. And then we're going to say if is pending or not data, or let's say if it's if it's pending out this, then I'm going to return this, and then we can just say if not data and not is pending, then we can just return say session not found. So let's give this a class name. Let's say width full, height full, and then overflow hidden. And then we're going to pass in all the props. So I'm going to just paste this here. So we're going to also set key using the session slug ID. We say is session to true, initial messages, data.messages, session title, slug ID, repository URL, default branch, and branch name. So let me also check the backend to return the response. So I'll go to controller, session. Let's go to where we have single session, and then we have data here. So let me just destructure this. Or you can just we can add it. We can add data to this. So if I add data here, this will start showing an error. Sorry, yeah. Single session is returning. Okay, I think this is fine. So I'm just going to leave it like this. So let's go back here, and I think we should go ahead and test this out. So let's go back to the browser. So I think something is wrong. So let me go and fix it. I think there's no issue. I should reload the page. So let me go back. Okay, now you can see it has come up. So we can see the messages here. So guys, this is great. So I can click on this one, this session, and we can also see this one too. So great, this is great. So let's go ahead to create the pull request. So I'll go back to the code, and then let me collapse everything. So inside the component, chat index.txt. So I'm going to add the endpoint here, the mutation. So I'll paste it here, and I'm going to import use mutation hook from Tanstack React query, and I'm going to import the create session pull request from the API in the lib folder. And now we are passing the payload as log, and also the title and body. And if we get any response, we are going to add in the URL to the state. Now we can create a method for this. So I can do that here. So let me add it here. So handle create payout. And now I can scroll down to the bottom and pass this here. So I'll say create payout mutation is pending. So we are done with this. So the last thing we are going to do before we end this chapter, let's go to component sidebar, and we need to add in the logout. So I think it's inside index.txt. Let me add it here. So let's import constants. Let's get data. So data is equals to user, and then let's get constants. Query client is equals to use query client, and then we're going to get navigate is equals to use navigate, and then we're going to create the mutation for the logout. So I'm going to paste them here, and the first thing you can see here is the use mutation hook. Let's import it. The logout mutation function, I'll import it too. And now once we log out, we're just going to remove all these queries. Remove queries, and then we're going to get data.user, and then we have the initial data initial. So we're using user here, and I'm going to scroll down to where we have sidebar content, and I'm going to just paste in this here. So let me so the sidebar footer. So let me import it. Import cn. So import avatar from UI avatar image, and fallback. And then let me import button, and then the logout component, the logout icon. So I don't think we created this module toggle, so let's do that. So inside the components, I'm going to do it here. Mod toggle.txx. So I've pasted it here. It's very simple component. So we can import it now. So let's import it. So that's it for the footer. So the last thing we're going to create is the search. So I'm going to add another use state hook here. So I'm going to pass it here, and I'm going to import use search open, and I'm going to pass this to the navbar. So I'm going to say on search click is going to be equals to set search open to true, and then let's go into here. Let's pass it here. So I'm going to add it to this button and click on search click. So let's go back. So we're going to add the components here, the search. So I'm going to just pass it here, and let's create this component inside here. Let's say search dialog.txx. We can call it session start search dialog instead. And I'm going to just paste in the component, so you can just copy this from the GitHub. So I'll paste this here, and let's save this. So okay, I need to add this API. So I'll go to lib api.tx, and I'm going to just add it. Let me add it here. So I'm going to paste it here, and this is it. Search with. So I can go back now, and let me import session search dialog, and this is it. So guys, we are done with this. So let's go and test it out. So make sure your server is running. Let's go to the browser, and now we can click on the search bar, and you can see this. So you can search for lists, and this is going to search. So for the PL, I'm just going to tell it to just edit a single file so we can test it out. So I'm looking for something to tell it to change. And let me go to this. And let me go to the component. Let's say we want to change only the title. So let me find for where it had the title. Build product with your team. So I'm going to say build product. Let's change it to build product with, or let me just come over here and change usage. Cloudflare is the modern platform for Zoom. So I'll copy this. And I'm going to just say update the hero components with a subtitle or paragraph to, I'm going to just pass it here. So instead of Cloudflare is a modern platform for collaborator. So I've already just say update the hero session subtitle component to this. So let's click on send. And now it is working. So let's wait for it. So now you can see it's thinking. So it's going to edit the hero hero component. And let's wait for it. So now you can see it has updated the file and it's going to build the project. And then, so it has commit changes and it has push. So now we can create the PR. So let's click on create PR. So I'll click on the create PR now. So creating PR. So something failed again. So let's check. So let's see. Internal server error. So let's go back and check this. Let me check the backend. So we didn't console the error. So I need to always console the error. So let's go into, let me go into controller session, create pull request, passing the slug ID and the title. So let's go into create pull request service. So get box city into it and create pull request. So let me try it again so you can see the error. So I'll go back to the client side and let me click on it. So let's go back and check. Says error occur box error failed to create pull request. So the problem is coming from box. Okay, I think SideBar. So let me console log the let's console.log the session. Let me console log the box.id and the session JSON.stringify. So like this. So let me save this and see why it's not creating the pull request. So let's wait. So let's go to the browser again. And let me click on it again. So let's go back to the code. And then we can see the response. So we can see default branch. So we have the default branch here. But this is the failing. We have the default branch. We have the box ID. And the box ID is returning. We have the box ID. So you see, because of the branch, I've tried to console log this, to check what was the issue. So I think so you can see the remote branch here, base branch. And what I'm going to do, let me try and make a push again. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to come down here and I'm going to just run this. So just to test this, so let's go to the browser and let me try and click on create pull request. Let's see. So it still failed. So let's go back to the code. It's still failing. So I just tried it again, it went. So I just comment out this and save changes. And if I go to the browser now, you can see it. I just click on it now and it went through. So I think it was because maybe we have some other mismatch commit. So let's click on view PR and this has worked. We can see the PR. So it merged two commits into it. So this is working fine. So we can you can test it with a brand new, with a different repo that there's no changes. So, but we can still leave the push there just in case. But let me just comment it out. So you can leave this if you want. So now I think that is all for this tutorial. Let's go ahead and deploy this application. So let's go ahead and do that. In this chapter, we are going to go ahead and deploy the entire app. So we're going to deploy this app to render. And the way we're going to deploy it, we're going to use the backend to serve the client side. So we are going to go into the SRC inside the index.txt. And at the top here, I'm going to import, let me import paths from paths. And then I'm going to scroll down to the bottom here. And where we have this app use, we are going to check if env, so let's say env config.node env is equals to production. We are going to get a path to client, the client folder /d. So we are going to build the client, then we are going to serve the client. We're going to use express static passing the path, and then we're going to serve. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this to health. So this is going to serve it on slash. You can see it's going to serve it on slash. So this is going to be slash health. So now we're going to go ahead and push this. So I'm going to push this to the repository. So I'm going to add this. Let me just send you update and just push this to main. So to test it out that everything is working fine, what I'm going to do, I'm going to build the client side. So let's go cd into client and do npm run build. And this should build the client side for us. So we're having an error. So what will happen is that inside the TX app TypeScript error. So I'm going to just copy this here. You can see this. Let's just copy this and let me add it here. I think this should stop the error. So let me wait for it. Let me also do it, yeah. So I just add this and the TypeScript should stop. So I'm going to just run the build now. So let me run this npm run build, and you can see that it is going to go through. So let's wait for it. So it is done. Now we can go to the backend now, and we should go to inside env, the env. I'll change this to production, save this, and then I'm just going to let me cd out of client. I'll stay into backend, and let me stop the server, and then let me do npm run build. And now we can see it has built this, so we can just cd into just to npm run npm start, and let's wait for it. So now we can see it's connecting, so we can go to the client side, and then we just open, let's go to localhost 8000. So I think it's not going to work. We didn't see the name. There's no username. Let's check profile. Okay, we're getting the content. For some reason, we're not seeing the name of the user here. So let me go and fix it. So we're getting it. So we can click on new, click on search, and I think everything is working fine. So I think this is working fine. So we can go back, and then let's go to the client side and fix that. So inside the component, then inside sidebar index.cxx. So let me see data.user on the footer. Okay, if expanded user.name, user.email. So let me console.log user, console.log user. I'll save this. I'll go back to the browser and let me console and expect this. So I'll open the dev tool, click on console log. So let me reload it. So I'm really sorry, this will not work because we've already built this already. So I'll just go ahead and see that it's working. So I'm going to just do this in localhost so I can see this. So let me cancel this and let me cd to clients. Sorry, let me cd out of backend, cd to clients, and do npm run dev. And then I'm going to run the backend too. So it's going to, the backend is still going to give same, it's still going to use production. So I'll go back and I'll change this to development, and then I'm just going to run it again. So now let's go to the front end, go to the browser. So I'll say localhost. So now I can inspect, and then we can see the user objects. Okay, something is wrong with the response. So let me go back to the code. So I'll go back to where I have controller, Auth controller, and let me see. So what I'll do, I'll create a method here. So let me add it here. I will copy to Auth user. I'll just wrap this here. And I think everything should be fine. Request with user. So I'm going to just console.log paste. So let's go back to the browser, and I'll go to the browser now, and we should see the name and email, and this is working fine. So we can go ahead and push this to the repository. So I have my repository here, so I'm going to push it, and then we're going to go to render. So let's click on render, and then let's try and log in. So before I log in, let me go back and push the changes. So I'll go back, I'll cancel the server. So I'll see the out of backend, and I'm going to say git add git commit new changes, git push origin main. So now I've pushed everything. So we can go back now. Let's go to the browser, and then let me quickly log in. So I've logged into my account, and I'm going to create a new web service. And let's select this. So I'll give this a name. I'll call base 64. So I'm going to say app base 64.ai. Let me leave like this. Base 64 app is okay because I've already used base AI in my previous deployment. So I'm going to select node and MERN. And so for the SLC, in order to deploy this, let's go back to the code. Also, there's no need to go back to the code. So in order to, okay, not in the SLC, in the build command. So what I'm going to paste in this command there. So let me move to the beginning. So what I want is, I want to render to, first of all, I'm setting production to 4 so you can install the dev dependency. And I'm adding prefix so it's seed into the client, and then install the client, then run build. Then like you can see, to install it, then it's also going to run build in the client. Then it will then navigate. Once it's done, it's going to navigate into the backend. It's going to run this command to navigate in the backend. Then it's going to also install all the packages, and then it's going to build the backend. Then we are going to then do node backend this index.js. So it's going to serve the index.js inside the backend, and you remember the backend is going to point to the client, this folder. So we're going to set it free. Then we're going to add in our environment variable. So let me quickly add it. So we're going to copy all of this. So set node env to production. Once we push the once we build or once we deploy, we're going to later change the base URL and the front end origin. And then we're going to see add in the env2 for the front end. We're going to replace it too with the same URL. So I'm going to copy that env, and let me go back to the browser, and I'm just going to add it here. So add, I'll remove this. Then I'll go back to the client side and copy this one too. And then I'm going to go back to the browser, and I'm going to add this here. So we can see all of it has been added here, production. So I'm just going to deploy. So let's click on deploy web service. And then I'm going to copy this. You can see the URL has been generated for us. We can go to, so let me close this. To environment variable. and we can update it. So I'll say show all, edit, and we can, I'm going to edit this to this, and also the base URL. I'll edit this one too. I'll replace some of this and paste it like this. Okay, so the base URL here. I'll just remove this and put this in. So I think everything is complete. So I can save and redeploy. So let me go back to the event. So let me just cancel this one. So to start deploying the other one. So I think I canceled both of them. Okay, I canceled the second one. Let me reload this. Okay, we can see it here. So let me click this. And now see it's running the build command. So it has install the client side. So it's building the client. And now I think it is done with the client. So it has built the backend. Now it's uploading the build. So it has been successful, so it's deploying. So now you can see it is running Node backend this. So index to server is running. So let me click on this link. So you can see that it's working fine. So let me quickly log into my account. So you can see now I've logged into my account. So let me select a repository. I'll just pick something simple. I'll just say list the files in the project. And let's see if this is working. Now we can see that it is working. So it does list the project. And I think it's only readme that is inside this project. So we can just say create, let's say edit the readme, and let's say write something. So we can see that it has edited the readme. So guys, so this is working fine. So make sure you like, share this video, subscribe, and also click the first link to sign up for command code.